You guys know kind of the run of show for the day in terms of our timing, so you can take a look on the screen behind me, as well as again in your attendee workbook. But this is, that's yesterday's agenda. And just want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors for their incredible partnership and support of this event. Something else that I was really excited to share with you all today is a new opportunity that we are going to be revealing as of today. So if you open up your attendee app through Attendee Mobile that you've been referencing, you'll see that there is a new entry for the digital transformation cohort. And what we're super excited to do is to continue to go on a journey to discover how we can use and adopt digital tools in meaningful ways that support workforce efforts. So this is actually not even just exclusive to talent pipeline management, but if you find yourself wrestling with talent challenges and you're trying to figure out what digital tools you can adopt and implement into your work, then we're really excited to kind of go on that journey and discovery process with you. So we're going to be developing what we're calling a digital transformation planning toolkit. A little bit of a mouthful, but essentially meant to provide you with an assessment to determine where am I, how am I going to go about doing this work, and what do I really need for this work to be able to do in meaningful ways. So if this is something that would be of interest to you, if you click on that entry point in the menu for the Attendee Mobile app, you'll come to an application. We'll also be sharing this as a follow-up resource for you all after today's event. The applications aren't due until November 14th, so you have a bit of time, but this will be a 5-month experience that will kick off in January of next year, and we would love for you to go on that journey with us. So I'm excited to get your thoughts. Part of the application is literally giving us ideas for how we want to design this in a really meaningful and valuable way, but it speaks to just our intent to try to help merge and bring together a lot of the different initiatives that the workforce team at the U.S. Chamber Foundation has been working on, but it won't be exclusive to U.S. Chamber Foundation initiatives, because we really want to take a broad perspective in terms of what is going to be most valuable, most meaningful to you all, our talent pipeline management practitioners and our workforce partners. So excited to go through more of that with you, and in fact, we have a video to just kind of tee up and hopefully get you excited about digital transformation in TPM. So with that, let's watch the video, please.
As a partner in Talent Pipeline Management, or TPM, you know the value of building a talent supply chain and the unique benefits it brings for learners, workers, employers, and supporting partners. But what if your talent pipeline solutions could be taken to the next level? Would you be interested? Digital transformation tools can help you achieve more impact by making your talent supply chain more efficient and more effective. Imagine employers using new digital tools to easily identify and validate skills for the most in-demand jobs and connect those skills to learning outcomes delivered by their most reliable talent sources. Or envision if, through digital records, learners and workers were empowered with their skills and experiences, gained from the classroom to the community to the workplace, and could communicate to employers what they're capable of. These are just a few possibilities when it comes to digital transformation in TPM. Don't miss the opportunity to take your talent supply chains to the next level. You can start today by learning more at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. Visit uschamberfoundation.org.
All right, so give it up for digital transformation. I appreciate the clapping. So with that, I'm going to transition to our first speaker of the day. I'm very pleased to bring Sharon Bonney up to the stage. Sharon has been a phenomenal partner in the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. She's here with her colleague Shaketta Thomas, supporting today's event. And we are so thrilled and excited for the opportunity. Sharon and I had a chance to recently write a blog in honor of National Adult Literacy Week. And it's been really exciting just to think more intentionally about how do we make sure we're connecting with adult learners in very intentional ways. And Sharon has an incredible network, very much like ours, that is just living and breathing this stuff every day. So very happy to bring Sharon Bonney onto the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be with you here today. As she mentioned, I'm Sharon Bonney. I'm the CEO for COABE. We're the largest adult education association in the world with about 100,000 members across the country, working out of 2,300 local programs and serving 3.2 million learners nationwide. And when I think about adult education, I think about it against the backdrop of the issues of the day. The 43 million adults out there that read at or below the third grade reading level, the 1 in 3 employees that lack literacy skills to do their job well, the 7 million job openings that need to be filled. And when I think about those issues, I think about how adult education really is the promise to help solve those. Let's think a bit about family literacy, for example. You might not think of it in this context, but really family literacy is part of the solution. A parent is the child's first teacher. So when we work with the parents, we're really helping the children. We're helping to prepare them for school, prepare them for life. But also when we think about the connection of illiteracy to poverty, adults are 3 times more likely to be in poverty if they are not literate. So there's that connection. There's the health literacy connection. Oftentimes they're twice as likely to be in poor health. So I think about family literacy. I think about public safety. Individuals who receive their high school equivalency or their GED are 43% less likely to recidivate. When you think about helping to make our communities safer and thinking about public safety, I think about literacy and the need to make sure that there are adult literacy programs right there in the prison. You're probably aware that the typical literacy level is about the 3rd grade literacy level in prison systems. I also think about economic impact. Do you know that for every dollar given into adult education, the economy reaps $60 back? That's amazing. That's because we're helping people get off of welfare into family-sustaining jobs. We're helping them to become learners, then earners, and then buyers. So they're now buying cars, they're buying houses, they're giving into the tax base. I also think about the fact that once an adult learner gets their high school equivalency, on average, they make $9,000 more per year the first year. Think about ourselves when we first graduated from high school. Were we making $9,000 more per year? I know I wasn't. That typically takes time. And it goes on from there. The more credentials they get, the more they make. I also think about the fact that of the 91,000 individuals that entered adult ed programs last year, more than 90,000 achieved the credential they went for, which was getting their high school equivalency. I think that's an amazing number to think about, right? Especially because so many of these learners are facing great barriers to life and to employment. And of those individuals, 47% went on to community college through Pell Grants and ability to benefit. And of those, 90% will complete. So big numbers, right? When we're thinking about big issues and the issues we're trying to solve today. But then 43% will go on to get a job, a better job, hopefully. So as we think about these sorts of things, I really think adult education holds a very special promise. It's because the adult educators, the local programs, have something very special. What they're trying to do is unlock that potential in that learner that oftentimes they don't even see in themselves when they come to the local program. I'm going to give you an example. Kendrick Marshall joined us on the Hill last week during Adult Ed and Family Literacy Week to share his very special story. Kendrick Marshall dropped out of school in the 9th grade. And the reason was because he had an IEP, he was diagnosed with ADHD, he had a speech impediment and was bullied all the time. He had a seat at the principal's office with his name literally laminated on it because that's where he spent his time, in the principal's office. Finally drops out. He'd been told by so many teachers that he wasn't going to succeed at anything. He left public school and actually started running the streets, and thankfully he found an adult ed program near him, and they were wonderful. OIC of Oklahoma. The first thing they did, which is what happens in all adult ed programs, is they said, "Young man, what do you want to do with your life?" To which he said, "I want to work with my hands. I'm not good in a classroom. I want to use my hands." Kendrick went on to test, because we always do placement tests to see what's your literacy level. He tested at the 2nd grade literacy level. Now, mind you, he had dropped out in 9th grade. So he'd been pushed along, and he was at the 2nd grade literacy level. But there's a really wonderful ending, because for the next 3 years, that local program worked with him. They worked with him and they worked with him until he got his GED. And then right afterwards, Kendrick Marshall immediately went into an NCCER program where he was able to work on a stackable credentials. Now, let me stop for a minute and say, if you don't know NCCER, you need to know them. They are a wonderful partner. They are right in this space working in the skilled trades, helping our adult learners in 25 different pilot programs across the country, but they're much bigger than that. But they're with adult education in 25 programs, helping our learners to become skilled up in the trades. So anyhow, he went on to get 3 stackable credentials: electric, HVAC, and plumbing. And he is skillfully employed. He now makes $25 an hour, and he has a family-sustaining job and a huge, bright future. When he talked at our legislative briefing the other day, he was so full of joy, was he not? This man was full of joy and hope, and he just knew that the future was really bright. And I'm so thankful for adult ed programs like OIC of Oklahoma, because they really saw the potential in him when he did not. Well, I mention all of this because many times the adult learners that come into our local programs come in because they have experienced trauma. Maybe that's why they haven't graduated. I could tell you stories and stories of individuals who've come in and they haven't graduated from high school for a specific reason. Or maybe they come because they're an immigrant that's here legally and trying to get their citizenship. Maybe they're a displaced homemaker or a migrant and seasonal worker. Maybe they have a learning disability. Maybe they've exhausted TANF. All of these are the things we hear about oftentimes in adult-based education programs. But the answer is that in that program, they help them. They give them the skills that they need to succeed. So as I'm winding down here, I want to do a couple things. One, I want to encourage you to look for a local program near you. There's 2,300 across the nation. They provide amazing partnership opportunities. They want to partner with you. They do not get paid if they don't help get that learner into community college or into the workforce. So they're that talent pipeline. As well, I would like to invite you to come to our national conference. We have a workforce strand and a community college strand. We have thousands that attend our conference. It's the world's largest adult education conference. You'll meet a lot of other partners there. We also have a podcast. It's called the Behind Every Employer podcast. It's the intersection of workforce and education. And we want to invite you to check that out, and maybe you can be a guest on the podcast. But most of all, we have a Behind Every Employer initiative. And this is where you can come together with others like yourself who want to work in the adult ed space. They want to partner. So in closing, I want to say adult education to me is much more than just a talent pipeline into the workforce and the community college. It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline for those learners who want to get off the bench and into the workforce. They want to be a part of the Make America Skilled Again agenda. It's also a lifeline for those employers that they need to fill those job openings, right? It's also a lifeline for community colleges that are dealing with low enrollment, and adult education can help fill that talent pipeline for them. So I really hope that you'll consider finding a program near you. I hope you'll check out www.coabe.org, and I hope to see you around here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Come on. Good morning. Good morning. All right, that's much better. My name is John Phillips. I'm the president and CEO of AE Electrical Solutions. We are a 100% employee-owned company and a full-service electrical contracting company for primarily industrial and commercial customers. In the construction industry, projects are expected to be completed on time, on budget, and according to the design. A well-run project has a master schedule, and on that master schedule there are tasks that are identified that could potentially cause the project to not end up on budget, on time, or per design. Those tasks are labeled as the critical path. In the construction industry, workforce is our critical path. A couple years ago, well, not a couple, shoot, it's been longer than that now. It was 8 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. The local Kentucky Chamber Foundation approached me and asked me if I would want to participate in a new construction cohort that they were about to start. And I said, well, what's TPM? And what's in it for me? And they said, well, an unending supply of workforce is what you'll get from this. And I said, really? And then they said, and we'll have free donuts. I said, I'm in. So that started a beautiful relationship, and I've embraced TPM ever since. And the Kentucky Chamber has pretty much embraced me for the most part. I believe our success in implementing TPM comes down to 4 key components. The first one is engagement, exposure, education, and experience. Before our cohort was even done designing our talent pipeline, my staff and I had already started to develop relationships with local CTE programs, administrators, teachers, working on work-based learning opportunities for those students. Another thing that we did is we even, 3 years ago, we restarted an electrical program at a local CTE school that's 5 miles down the road from our facility. Engagement is key to making TPM work. With exposure, we have had over 40 interns and co-ops over the last 6 years who have come into our company. And I would say probably 85% of them came to work for us and are still with us. It's very important for exposure through the TPM process to be able to help young people understand what are the opportunities in a career in the electrical field. Then you have education. We have our own in-state, our in-house state registered apprenticeship program. We have had over 100 CTE students enter into that apprenticeship program. That's about half of the overall apprentices that we have had through our program, but every year we have more and more of a percentage of the CTE students who are part of our program. Not only are they getting the education that they need, 100% of the CTE students have graduated from our that have gone through the full program have graduated and have stayed on. Compare that to about 50% of those non-CTE students who went through our apprenticeship program. So it's been very successful for us. Finally, on the experience part, these young people are getting a jump start on their career with no debt and are able to earn a strong wage while getting the experience that puts them above their peers and gives them an opportunity to really jumpstart their career. I'm sure each of you have contractors in your local area that bemoan the fact that they don't have, they have workforce issues. And it's probably hindering their business, much less helping them grow. TPM is a way for contractors to be able to gain a strong workforce, help them, but you have to engage. That's the biggest key. You have to engage in the TPM framework. And then it is a great way to provide an awesome living for the families. We have over 220 employees, and so it gives me pride every day to be able to know that 220 people are providing for their families in this awesome way. So I'll wrap up by saying TPM works. And because TPM works, we are turning our critical path into a critical component of our success. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Oh, that was pretty good. I was ready to do a, come on guys, that's not good enough. But that was pretty good, I think, so I'll let you off the hook. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Cohen, and for the last 17 years, I've led CSG, where we support mission-driven organizations to expand access to education and to economic mobility for communities that are experiencing the greatest fragmentation in our economic and workplace systems. If I had an if I had a innovation dream team, these three would be on my team. I would draft them and do whatever it was necessary to get them to be on board. We're here to tackle and to unpack a crucial and persistent gap that is limiting our economic mobility. And that is that while education and training have evolved, the seemingly countless options for in-person, online, work-based, synchronous, asynchronous, industry-recognized credentials, the financing tools, the ways in which our learners borrow and pay for that education have not kept pace. Too often, access and opportunity are tied to wealth or credit, and this overdependence creates bottlenecks for economic mobility. And it limits not just the students and their families, but also our talent pipelines, our workforce readiness, our security, and the long-term prosperity of our communities. The good news, and there is a lot of good news, is that new solutions are emerging. Innovative ways to recognize and share risk, to better align incentives, to invest in people at scale, with the goal of increasing economic mobility. And today we're going to explore three such innovations from these leaders who are bringing them forward. One is a national institution-anchored revolving learning fund in partnership with employers. Another program is a philanthropically driven regional Pay It Forward, or PIF, P-I-F-F, Pay It Forward Fund. And a third is a policy blueprint to reimagine the talent benefits ecosystem. Our goal is to highlight what's working, who's at the table, and how these models can scale. And I've even asked each of the panelists to share some advice on how you might be able to bring innovations like this forward in your communities or at your organizations. So with that, let's meet this all-star panel. To my immediate right is Scott Pulsipher. He is president of Western Governors University, which is a national leader in competency-based, student-centered higher education. To tackle the country's nursing shortage, he spearheaded the launch of the Renew Fund, which is what we're talking about today, and that's a $100 million partnership with social finance and powered by Ascent Funding that provides zero interest, outcomes-based loans to aspiring nurses as they complete the final 2 years of their education and prepare to enter our healthcare workforce. To Scott's right is Megan Dennison, and she is the CEO of the Forward Fund, North Carolina's first place-based education fund. By combining financing with an evergreen structure, she's opening doors to high-demand careers for learners that are often excluded from traditional credit. And anchoring this all-star panel on the end is somebody who's probably familiar to everybody in this room, Peter Beard, formerly with the Greater Houston Partnership, and now for the last 10, 11 months with the Chamber as Vice President of Policy and Programs, where he leads national efforts to reimagine employee benefits and develop new financing tools such as skills savings accounts. Okay, I could take a breath now. That was like, you know, the setup. So let's start with origin stories. Every innovation begins with a problem and a set of partners trying to solve it. And as I noted earlier, our current talent finance system leaves far too many people behind, especially those who would benefit most from accessing continuing professional education and the economic mobility which accompanies it. Scott, let's start with you, because you're closest to me. The Renew Fund is $100 million partnership to tackle the nursing shortage. Can you walk us a little bit through sort of how it came about, from the initial idea to the partners you brought in, how you've designed it, what it is, how it works, and I think...
It's already up there, it looks
Oh,
like.
it is?
Yep, now you have to go back. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. Happy to. Good to be with all of you this morning. Those of you who know WGU, we have long focused on providing degree and credential pathways that are relevant to the world of work. Certainly healthcare is one of those high demand fields where we need a very skilled and readied workforce to ensure that all the patients attain the care that they require. Among WGU's program portfolio, this is also one of the more expensive programs for students. It's not that it's more expensive than the alternative pathways or providers out there, but nonetheless, the reality is that this is one that requires a fair amount of aid for the students. And what we recognize between the combination of WGU's capacity to actually enroll, help students persist and complete, we were providing very highly skilled and highly readied individuals into the nursing workforce. That was mostly evidenced by the fact that we had really high NCLEX pass rates. NCLEX is the licensure exam, so that in fact graduated nurses can in fact become licensed nurses. With the confidence that we had in the ability for us to enroll and persist at a really high rate, and then the high employment rate and income rate of those student outcomes, we knew that we could approach a different financing model than just federal student aid, federal student loans, because the employment rates and the income rates were so good for our graduate students. Now, when we actually have established the conversations or began the conversations with social finance, those of you who don't know social finance, they are very much interested in providing more what I would call concessionary financing, or making concessionary capital accessible to individuals who need it. What that really manifests itself in is that if you have a high rate of employment and income, that we can provide very low interest financing for that education. But there was a wrinkle that we wanted to provide to this, because we knew that on the workforce side, the employers were also getting a real high value add or a great outcome as a result of getting nurses. By that, what I mean is during the COVID period in particular, this highlighted the fact that most hospital and health systems, that retention of nurses is really, really important. The vacancy rate alone, given the fact that across the country there's usually hundreds of thousands of nursing vacancies, the vacancy rate alone costs a hospital or health system about $50,000 a year. If you were to hire a traveling nurse to fill that position, you could be paying $120,000, $140,000 plus a year to fill that gap, and so you have significant incremental costs to filling that too. And so we knew that there was real economic value add to the employer. And so what we started really creating is the combination between WGU as the talent provider, social finance as the concessionary capital administrator, financer around that, but also the employer, who had a vested interest in tapping into a guaranteed pipeline of qualified nurses. What that then resulted in is that we could create a means by which we financed the last 2 years of the nursing program for the students at WGU. That can afford them a loan up to $35,000 to $40,000 roughly, in that range speaking. But as they graduate and pass the NCLEX and get employed, if they don't get employed by a sponsor employer, then they're basically paying a zero interest loan. They're paying back a zero interest loan over a defined period of time. However, if they go to a sponsor employer, in this case our first sponsor employer is Central Health in Texas, the sponsor employer actually repays the debt if the graduate nurse stays with them for 3 years. What that actually the employer does is they pay higher than the amount of principal outstanding back into the Renew Fund. So you create, through the repayment of the loans by students themselves if they go into a non-sponsor employer, or the payment from the employers if you go to a sponsor employer, the combination of that actually provides sufficient return to the original capital that we create an evergreen fund that can perpetually basically fund students. We anticipate that the $100 million capital, that will actually support 2,500 students on a continual basis going through the WGU nursing program. And lastly, I'll say that one of the key reasons social finance saw WGU as a great partner is that we're, as an institution, the only one that today licenses nurses across 29 different states. And so we had a pretty national reach already for social finance rather than a very specific local region. So that gives you a sense of this. Last thing I suppose I should mention is to get this going. We'll talk more about this, I'm sure, in our conversation, that WGU actually provided $10 million of the seed capital to go into the $100 million fund, simply to signal to all of the other sponsors into the fund, those that were going to grant capital into the fund, that we believe that strongly in the efficacy of the model. So,
Thank you. And Megan, tell us a little bit about the Forward Fund, how that was sort of spun up and spun out of your original organization, and how that sort of came into being, what you've built, and what you've recently launched.
Sure, happy to. Good morning, it's great to be with you all. So the Forward Fund, as it exists today, really spun out of Cape Fear Collective, which of all things was an affordable housing and social impact nonprofit based in Wilmington, North Carolina. Today, the Forward Fund is its own entity. We went through a year-long tax deduction status application, so finally have that approved. But it really was born out of an inclusive economy report that was done at Cape Fear Collective back in 2020, 2021. What we were interested in studying was how upwardly mobile was our community in southeastern North Carolina or not. And what we found was folks were really stuck in sandpit industries and really a cycle of poverty. So not many opportunities to access upward mobility, and the same social determinants of health that were becoming kind of popular and more commonplace that prevented health and well-being were also the same that were barriers to education and meaningful work. So we thought about, well, how do we invest now in the social determinants of education and work? And so we took what was a small grant-funded pilot that essentially financed the life expenses for individuals enrolling in short-term programs, and really built out this Pay It Forward Fund model. At the time, we also engaged with social finance to get the latest on best practices for this model, and really just put feelers out to prior investors in Cape Fear Collective, but also more broadly, this opened up a new network for us of potential philanthropic funders. Pretty quickly raised $4 million. So in this fall of 2023, we spun out the Forward Fund to its own entity, and today have a fund of $7 million over 5 years. In January 2025, we did our first loan. We'll speak more about this. These are zero interest, zero fee. Individuals enrolling right now in 10-week electric line work and CDL truck driving programs. So short-term, low cost, but high ROI in terms of employment on the back end. And we're seeing our first repayments. We had our first graduates at the end of March. So the program is working, continuing to collect some data and hopefully grow the fund size, both in terms of programmatic and geographic reach. But we are live as of January 2025 and have done just south of $1 million in loans.
Okay, thank you. And Peter, the Chamber's work on talent finance is focused less on a specific fund or group of funds, and more on building a broader ecosystem. From reimagining employee education benefits to designing skills savings accounts. Can you talk to us a little bit about your work and how that came into being and the Chamber's role in talent finance?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And part of it was this idea that we really need to reimagine talent finance for the 21st century, not the 20th century. And so I'm going to start with a quick question. How many here have a flexible spending account or a health savings account? Raise your hand. Imagine if there was a similar account that you could contribute to tax-free, your employer could contribute tax-free, and you could purchase your skills.
What? Tell me more.
No, but it's this idea. We've talked about various sources of capital. There's public capital, there's philanthropic capital, there's capital from employers, and then there's personal capital. And we should be thinking about how are we leveraging that. And Section 127 of the Internal Revenue Code allows for employers to provide education assistance, tax-free up to $5,250. And we can talk a little more about kind of what provisions showed up in the One Big Beautiful Bill. But it basically is an opportunity for how do we use that section of the code to create a turnkey solution, because most education assistance plans are tuition reimbursement and they're offered by large employers, but most of our employees are in small and mid-sized employers. So imagine if this were a more turnkey solution. And the problem we're trying to solve is there's what, 170 million people in our workforce? And if you look at how quickly skills are changing over the last 3 years, the average person in a role, 33% of their skills changed within the last 3 years. When they did this work previously, it was over 5 years, 33% of the skills changed. So there's an acceleration of skills, and if you're in the top quartile in terms of that, 75% of your skills have changed. So how are we going to upskill and reskill our workforce in the country at scale in a very different way? And with all due respect to the public sector, there's not enough investment there. So why shouldn't we be thinking about using the Internal Revenue Code, create a skill savings account that allows an individual to contribute tax-free to it, an employer to contribute up to $5,250 tax-free to it, and then allow them to be creating this marketplace that I know Scott is going to sit here and go like, we're going to find a way to tap that capital in his work that he's doing at WGU. So that's kind of what we're thinking about.
All right, now we're cooking, right? Thank you, whoever whistled. I appreciate that. So we heard a little bit about the origin story, how these ideas were born and launched, and now I'd like to turn a little bit to some of the early signals and the data that's coming back. What's working? What's surprising? What we're learning as we take these to market and move beyond the early days. Scott, in fiscal year 2025, I just saw WGU issues like an impact report, and the Renew Fund was featured prominently. No surprise, it's a fantastic program. It looks like you've awarded about $4 million thus far to about 300 aspiring nurses, and as you indicated earlier in your opening, signed its first employer partner who would assume the loan payments for those new hires. What lessons are emerging for you and your team around demand, around employer engagement, persistence, student experience? What are you seeing so far? What are some of your takeaways as you're looking to get this out the door and make more people aware of it and get partners on board?
Yeah, I would probably highlight two things. One is that employers take some persuasion, if you will. By that, what I mean is that most of you, even some of the things that I think Peter was highlighting, most of the employers are actually go often to what I call the spot market for labor. That they assume that basically they can post jobs, they have their talent acquisition team, they basically start trying to source candidates. And they're discovering that, in fact, that has worked pretty well for a time, but it's not as efficient as it used to be, especially because some of the challenges that Peter was highlighting, that the skills shelf life of individuals is so short that if you aren't really investing in kind of grow your own strategies or securing a guaranteed pipeline of talent, like they have to start thinking differently about that. Now, having said that, we're working with employers who those individuals in those lead roles, they do have to change their mindset. So it has to start changing the nature of how they think about their talent and their talent pipelines. Now, having said that, what we see with Central Health is that they were very forward-thinking in the reality of that they, like an HSA, or HCA, by the way, HCA just went out and flat out bought a nursing college because they were so dependent upon a nursing workforce to ensure that they can continue to support their patients and their growth that they were managing. So it takes some persuasion. Now, having said that, like we have 20 plus more employers now in the kind of pipeline of partnerships that we anticipate announcing more and more here. But that takes some work because it does change how they think about talent and their talent pipelines. The other thing I would say is that it is building a marketplace in our case. By that which I mean is you have both the funders, those that are giving the grant capital into the $100 million fund because we're not going to federal sources or state sources, et cetera. Like those individuals want to see the employers. At the same time, the employers want to see the students, and then we want to be able to ensure we have the capital to support all those students. So we are kind of building this three-sided marketplace, and you shouldn't assume that that just emerges overnight. So as you contemplate how you design any of the talent finance schemes that you come up with, like just understand is like you often have these kind of dependencies as like, all right, who's going to go first? Are you going first? Am I going first? Like I need all of you to go for me to go, and the others say the same thing. And so there's a little bit of that challenge going on. With respect to the students itself, we're seeing exactly what we expected to see. These students persist at a high rate.
Yeah.
We've been able to expand access to a more diverse population of individuals into those nursing pipelines who didn't have the aid that they needed to be able to make it more affordable and accessible, but they're persisting at really high rates, 95+% rates, such that we expect a really high grad rate. The actual amounts of the loans going out to the students are exactly in the range that we expected, $36,000. Like, so we know kind of the financing itself is working exactly like we expect, and we have no expectation that the NCLEX pass rates themselves would be any lower than what we had before. So Central Health and every other employer can expect a really high rate of employment income at the end of that.
Megan, your program has different dynamics. It's a if Scott's program is more like long-term farming, where it takes sort of 4 years to matriculate, or 3 years to 4 years to matriculate. You're looking at sort of shorter-term credentials, and also looking at shorter-term horizon to them being deployed and employed. It's early days, but you guys have already sent $900,000 out the door with average credit scores, hovering in sort of the mid 500 range. So folks that might not otherwise be eligible for a loan. Early days, but what are you seeing so far, and how's it going?
Yeah, sure. So we're kind of seeing a lot of our assumptions that we had baked into this work come to fruition. So the first being that demand is high and financial need is high. We projected or estimated about $375,000 in loans in year one. We're going to hit $1 million here in the next month. So the kind of excitement and demand for new financing for these students was extremely high. And then the financial need was higher than we anticipated. For a 10-week program, we anticipated average loan sizes around $5,000, and our maximum loan size is only $10,000 for this specific program. So that is one thing, the loan is customized for the specific education and training. And in reality, our average loan right now is $8,900. So if folks need more money to get through, to put their life on hold, to quit outside employment, to take advantage of these programs. And I would say the other lesson learned we have is that this is no down pipeline recruitment. So the only folks we are currently reaching with our loan are folks that are already enrolled in these programs. And so again, proving the assumption back to our inclusive economy report that folks were making this work however they could. So that often meant high interest credit cards, maybe some predatory lending, or in a lot of cases trying to work while they're in the program, which is often discouraged from the education and training institutions because one, it could be a night program, and how do you work during the day and go to school at night for the CDL program, but also they're just so intense, particularly as we start looking at short-term healthcare programs where it's encouraged day one to quit outside employment. And so for us, it was about adding to the marketplace where scholarships were little to non-existent for these continuing ed and short-term training programs, where any kind of current funding that folks would be able to receive would be high interest and overly burdensome. And then the financial need is just so extreme and only getting higher where we live on the coast of North Carolina. And then lastly, I would just add that to Matthew's point, the borrower profile is identical to what we were trying to capture. Folks that could not get access to funding anywhere else. Our average credit score is 587. There is no minimum credit score for our loan, and our loan origination and servicing partner, Ascent Funding, has some historical data that shows that credit scores will raise 75 to 100 points over the course of repayment. So we're kind of tackling economic mobility on a credit front as well. And then the average pre-program salary for our borrowers was just over $20,000, whereas entry-level salaries for these programs specifically start in the $55,000 to $55,000 range in our community, which is kind of hovering at 80% of the area median income. So we're interested in kind of those strong ROI programs. We'd love to get these folks to six figures over the course of their career, but really doubling at the onset their salaries, which certainly was our goal.
Megan, I want to double click on something you were talking about, which is really sort of around financial health, financial wellness. And I think that one of the things we've done in our country historically is we've conditioned folks to believe that debt is bad, and that debt should be avoided at all costs. And I think that that has been an overcorrection. I think bad debt is bad, but debt is a tool. It is a financial instrument, and it is how we accumulate wealth. That's how you buy a house. It's how many people buy a car or finance a new business. And so helping people to interact with debt in a healthier way is a critical life skill to creating prosperity for their family and something that they can pass along. So to what degree, so you are seeing sort of this migration, you're seeing this credit migration, you're seeing better financial health, not working with payday loans, not carrying balances on credit cards. To what degree are you guys and Ascent or others sort of wrapping in sort of holistic supports or financial wellness or education around this program as you onboard people and then sort of offboard them into repayment?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned our first graduates were in a 10-week electric line program, and they just graduated March 24th and are just now in repayment because they do receive also a 3-month grace period from graduation to hopefully land in a job that then meets a minimum salary threshold. In our case, for this loan, $45,000 to begin repayment. But in terms of we're trying at this point to sit on our hands and not solve a problem that doesn't yet exist. But to answer your question, I mean that to say we only have currently six borrowers of our 100 that are delinquent, or we don't know where they are in terms of rate payment. So all in all, 76% of our borrowers are in good standing, meaning they have meaningful employment and are repaying. So for us, we're trying to wait till January to see what those delinquents look like. And then to your point, how do we, with all of our borrowers, whether you're in good standing, but almost especially if you're in delinquency or unemployed deferment, how do we leverage this loan and the repayment for other upward mobile opportunities? So credit, home ownership, additional financial literacy. For some folks, especially going from multiple minimum wage jobs, this is going to be your first opportunity post-graduation to have an employer with benefits. So what does it mean now to have healthcare coverage for your family? So I think between us and our loan servicer, Ascent, but really at the Forward Fund, we're also sensitive that we're your lender. So coming from the affordable housing space, I learned that it's really hard to be a landlord and a case manager. I'm trying to take that into the Forward Fund, and how do we go by, with, and through community-based organizations on the ground that can work directly with our borrowers. Matthew, to your point, to leverage this one intervention and this one good debt situation for other upwardly mobile opportunities.
Peter, it is really hard to get stuff done on Capitol Hill, particularly today. Kidding aside, there should be things that are post-partisan. We would like to believe that there are things that are post-partisan, and helping people to acquire skills that have currency in our market should definitely be one of those things, and creating more opportunities for people to do that. So again, kidding aside, how do you, and to your credit, you have, and the Chamber has led on bringing together business and workers around these skilled savings accounts and these innovations. How do you bring this forward from a policy perspective on Capitol Hill? How does this advance? What's been the reception as you've begun some of these legislative outreach and conversations with policymakers and legislators?
So there are a couple things that are going to happen. One, we need to figure out how to get Section 127 amended. And anytime we've raised it either within the administration or across kind of Capitol Hill on the Senate and House side, there's a lot of resonance because it's kind of like, there is a problem, we've got to find a way to finance it, and
right.
We're not financing it at a public level that's going to meet the need when it comes. So we think we're going to get it into the next reconciliation bill, so we're on the Hill actively right now with the, through the U.S. Chamber, trying to get that amendment. But that's only one part of it. The next piece is, how do you design the product? And there are 5 kind of features or functions of the product that have to do, which is how do you do the enrollment and the funding of the account. The biggest challenge where we're going to have to work together as kind of a network is, how does the individual try to navigate the potential career opportunity? Like, what program should I take in order to advance? Employers aren't doing it effectively. A lot of us aren't doing it effectively just at a community level.
Like the wayfinding or like the navigational?
Yeah, it's a career navigation opportunity. The next piece is, once I make the decision, I've got to pay for it, and then I've got to complete, and then because of the work that Taylor Hansen has been doing with the T3 Innovation Network, how do we begin to leverage the tools related to learning and employment records and have skills, digital skills wallets, which I know Western Governors has, so that, one, we can begin to document those skills so that they can then be used by the employer. They can also be used to begin calculating ROIs at a higher level in terms of, is this the right kind of credential? Those 5 functions really need to be designed, and I think we're going to face, in essence, 2 things that have been hinted at here, and Scott was talking about one of them, which is there's a lot of friction in the system. And how do we cut the friction out so that it's easier to use and help people get to those benefits? The next piece is adoption, and this really gets to how we think about the implementation. Once you kind of get the authorizing framework that then allows for the product to be created, how are we going to create, get adoption? And I think the current thinking is kind of going to key partners, whether it's a Western Governors or kind of thinking about it at a state level. Who are the 5 or 6 states where we could begin to prototype and pilot these efforts, so that you're beginning to think about how are you working with the community college systems, how are you working with the post-secondary systems, how are you thinking about the eligible training provider list? Because one of the things we want to ensure is, if we create, in essence, an $80 or $100 billion skills marketplace, we certainly don't want to kind of put a lot of guardrails up and say it's only Pell eligible institutions that can do it, because it will hinder the innovation that needs to happen. And how do we open it up in a way so that someone can design, and Western Governors or a community college can turn up a 4-week program that produces a workforce outcome. And so I think those are going to be some of the challenges, but we're going to have to partner at a state level to kind of figure that out and figure out where the guardrails need to be put up to protect the individual. And once again, going back to the sources of capital, it's not public capital, it's private capital. It's the individual's capital and it's the employer's capital, and we should allow for probably a little more flexibility in that space, but recognize we've got to try to ensure that they're getting a high ROI, both the employer's investment and the employee's investment. I'm going to stop there because I know we're running kind of short on time.
Section 127 tax code, is that the provenance of the Ways and Means Committee? Like who?
Yep.
Okay.
It would be Ways and Means and Finance.
Okay.
Can I just offer one point of design consideration
Please.
to what Peter's actually identifying? Because for lifetime learning accounts, skill savings accounts, we're huge proponents of this for all the reasons that Peter mentioned, because we're moving from a one and done model to a continual learning model and upskilling model. Having said that, utilizing health savings account as a proxy for that is one of the reasons it works, is because you know that what you're paying for is addressing a condition that's known, meaning that's the value of the thing you're paying for is actually understood. The same has to be true in talent development. Like, you have to know that the credential you're pursuing actually has market value, that you're addressing a skills gap that you have, and in addressing that skills gap, we know that you're actually going to get an opportunity and an income advancement as a result of that. Otherwise, it gets really difficult to actually have mostly debt kind of type financing that we've used for education to actually have a relevant outcome for which the debt financing is appropriate. That's simply this idea that says you have to match the financing model to the likelihood of the outcome. And if it's highly unlikely outcome, you have to be careful that you don't use debt to finance a highly unlikely outcome.
And then this also gets to kind of where we were positioning some initial pieces in the conversation, which is we've got to build a really strong case for why employers should invest in the reskilling of their existing workforce. And they can do it in a lot of different ways, but we should be thinking about just how quickly things are changing. And we know it right now with artificial intelligence, which is if you don't have artificial intelligence skills, it's not artificial intelligence that's going to take your job. It's going to be the person who knows artificial intelligence that's going to take your job. And how do we ensure folks are getting those skills or the other skills that are necessary to do that? But it really does get to how are we going to get to a higher quality set of programs, but it's going to take innovation, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Huge fan of debt. For me, is actually not a great model to finance learning and education.
Agreed.
Like, the variability of the outcome is so high. You'd want to move toward more of the income contingent, income-based, financing models, because you also have persistence and dropout rates that you have to account for. So given that variability, you have to be more creative in how you think about the financing of that.
Yep.
So.
All right, we're going to move to sort of lightning round conclusion, and I'll try to wrap it up here so we can stay on calendar. What's next for your respective innovations? Where do you see this going, and what advice or recommendations might you offer to attendees who are looking themselves to begin an innovation or talent finance innovation conversation at their organization or in their communities?
Yeah, I would say that for the Renew Fund ourselves, this is the preferred model for every single nurse that we educate at WGU. So our real interest now is that how do we prove out the first 100 million, because you'd scale that up to where it is the preferred model of aid for every single student. The other piece of advice I'd simply offer is that where do you see the connection between a talent development pathway and an outcome? And if those outcomes have a high degree of certainty, you have plenty of space now to rethink the financial aid model or the financing model to make that much more affordable so you can dramatically expand accessibility and outcome. Like, those are the things that really open the pockets of innovation, where the learning pathway is directly relevant to opportunity.
For us, lightning round, fund sustainability. We want to expand programmatic and geographic reach so that we can reach more individuals that maybe hadn't thought of a post-secondary career in terms of short-term, high-yield training, or those that need to reskill to meet the wages that they need to sustain them and their families. And for us, I think any advice, start. Stop admiring the problem. Everyone in this room is an expert on what the problem is. I would love to have started with 100 million in employer repayments. That is our dream scenario. I'm trying to get where Scott is. So I think just know what works for your community, and don't be afraid to spend some money and find some champions to get it started. We are spending money to lose money based on our borrower profile. We are not an evergreen fund, so my fundraising responsibilities are kicked into high gear, but that's no reason, I think, not to give it a shot, in the sense that people are already trying to make it work. No one wants to be stuck in a cycle of poverty, so let's provide another alternative.
If you would need advice, 5 cents, you know how to get a hold of me. But no, I think the next steps we're really going to focus in on is, one, we've got to talk to the potential users, so means employers, individuals, post-secondary, or training providers, to understand how do we actually design it effectively. And then 2, really, how do we begin to activate the business community to think about adoption, not only helping us on the Hill, but also kind of like, this makes sense to bring it as an employee turnkey benefit in a very different way and open it up to the small and mid-sized employers.
Please join me in thanking Scott Pulsipher, Megan Dennison, and Peter Beard. And I will wrap up here so we can get back on calendar. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Don't forget your cup.
Please make your way to your selected breakout by 10 a.m.
Hi, everyone. I know we finished at 10:01 and told you to be in your rooms by 10 o'clock, but I just want to make sure if you are still in this room that you're staying for the Knowing Your Talent session, and if you are planning to go to the digital storytelling and communicating community impact, that you're going to Lee Anderson, because we are going to get started in just a couple minutes. Thank you.
Oh, we don't have a chair.
Excuse me. Oh, can we have 2 chairs? Oh, you want chairs? Yeah, because one of us will be talking. One of us. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. I've tricked you all. This is a workshop, so I hope you folks are ready to work. My name is Alex Beck. I am with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation in Southern Vermont. My first experience with TPM is in 2017 with the Vermont cohort, and I'm a fellow now. And what we're here to talk about today is how we may need to change where our talent pipelines point and how they work based on who our workers are. And so what you'll be experiencing is a workshop I did with my employers in Southern Vermont. It was in an old refurbished barn. We were handwriting on the things. We're not going to do that here. But what we're going to do is, and what my friend Josh is going to do, is we're going to walk through some really important data, and then we're going to talk about how we take that data and use it within our talent pipelines and with our employer collaboratives, and how you all, when you go home, can facilitate these same conversations and this same workshop with your employer collaboratives. So again, we'll start with the data, and then we'll move to action. And without further ado, I'll introduce Josh Wright from Lightcast.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Alex. Okay, so I'm going to cover, just at a very high level, the broad kind of demographic and labor market picture right now in America. And Alex is going to go deep into what does that look like in Southern Vermont and how they use that to apply the TPM network. Thank you all for taking the time today. It's been a great conference. This is one of my favorite events. So first and foremost, I'm going to cover just a little bit of what's happened in the past, where we are right now, and what's this, what we call at Lightcast the rising storm, and how to prepare for it. And so my goal here is to inform and not alarm you. There's going to be, I'll be honest, we've gotten this, as we go out there and speak about this, it's a little bit of it can feel a little doomsday. That's not our goal here. But if you know about it, you can adapt. You can anticipate, you can adapt, you can figure out what to do about it. And so inform, not alarm. I'll just set that as the context right now, okay? Also, I do want, I want to echo a friend and colleague, Erin White from the Business Roundtable, a partner of ours, who, when she talked about this recently and shares this report that I'm going to cover, she says this is a wake-up call for employers, a wake-up call for regions. And so this is a report called The Rising Storm. Anyone who in the room read this report? Okay, awesome. This is the most downloaded, most read report that Lightcast has put together. Really quickly, Lightcast is a labor market analytics company, formerly MZ and Burning Glass Technologies, if you're familiar with those two companies. Lightcast is a global labor market firm, this report released just about a year ago, and we've been adapting it since. Media coverage of this report has been widespread, all over the place, from the New York Times to Axios to Newsweek. It really, I think it's hit a nerve, and it's nothing new in terms of exactly what there's not one data point that you're like, oh, I've never probably seen that, but how we package it, I think was really, really well done by our team. We also have a podcast version on Spotify, or audiobook version if you want to listen to this report. Very well produced report on Spotify, audio on Spotify. Okay, so to set the stage, I want to talk about the moment we're in the labor market. The word that keeps coming to mind for me is turbulence. It's a very turbulent labor market. Curious, confounding is a couple other terms that pop up. There's a lot of softness in some areas, very hard to find talent in other areas. But there are two coinciding trends that we're seeing right now, two coinciding disruptions that are prompting two questions. How is work going to get done because of the huge technology shifts in AI? How is work going to get done? And who is going to do the work because of this demographic disruptions? I'm going to focus for the next 15 minutes on the who is going to do the work question. I will layer in a little bit of AI. The AI topic is literally almost, there's been lots of talk this week at this conference, and almost every conference is dominating because it's a big topic. But there's less conversation relatively on this demographic disruption, and I think that's partially why our report, The Rising Storm, has hit a nerve. So some of the text got a little smaller here with how we're showing this, but At the core of the report, and you can scan to download it right there, at the core of this report really is this theme of if you remember nothing from my talk, I think the basic premise is we are moving from a talent-abundant labor market to a talent-scarce labor market, and that's driven primarily by the retirement of the baby boomers. But it's also related to the declining birth rates and a tepid labor force participation rate across the nation. This is not in every area. This is in, there are different trends in different regions, but primarily, I think most of the country and a lot of the world is already feeling this. We're on the outer bands of a storm that's coming, and we'll talk about that. The crux of all this is that we anticipate a workforce shortage of 6 million people by 2032 because of these trends. And we'll unpack some of that, but I really do recommend going deeper into our report, and you get a lot of what's there. In addition to that, and Peter Beard mentioned this in the last session, but in addition to that, our research with our skills data, and there's a report on this, as well as a separate report where we go deep into just the rapid skill change we're seeing in the labor market. The average job has seen 1/3 of its skills change in the last 3 years. That's more than the previous 5 years. And for the top quartile of jobs, as Peter said, it's seen 75% of their skills change. So this notion that the skills and the tasks, that the job to be done inside roles is rapidly changing right now is also a factor here. So this is, again, a very confounding, turbulent labor market, very difficult for education and workforce practitioners to keep up. At the same time, AI is driving a lot of this, but there's other technology trends, cybersecurity, sustainability, other things that are driving this as well. So let's go back just really quickly. I'm going to spend just a moment in the past, going way back into when the first baby boomers were born, birth rates started growing up. You could see the birth rate was extremely high. It peaked in 1947, and then it's just steadily been declining to where it is today. And around this time as well, women entered the workforce in droves. So we had really, the baby boom, and then we had women entering the workforce, and it created a talent-abundant labor market. The challenge now, though, is that those baby boomers, most baby boomers in America, are out of the labor force. The top black line is the baby boomers. These are by generation who's working in the labor force right now. Baby boomers are now the second smallest generation in the workforce after being the largest for many, many years. The first baby boomers turned 65 in 2010, and by 2029, 2030, all of them will be 65. So just in a few years, the last baby boomers will be 65. That is an incredible amount of institutional knowledge at companies and for regions to be thinking about. How do we capture that? How do we replace that? And it's also because those baby boomers are retiring, we're growing a huge dependent population of people who have moved from being producers to consumers. And so that gets me into today. What's happening today? And actually, just a couple years ago, we all, of course, experienced what happened with the workforce around the COVID pandemic. And that pandemic really, what we saw, push an accelerator pedal down on all the trends that were already that were coming, that were behind the surface, maybe not present. And you can see this, labor force participation rate, this is the rate of people working or looking for work, plummeted. Overnight, we lost about 5 million workers, and 80% of those were 55 or older. So you've got a huge drop in labor force participation rate. You can see we have mostly recovered, slightly below. It's about 62.5% is the labor force participation rate nationally now. But we haven't fully recovered, got there close, but we lost a ton of people out of the labor force during that time. That has then tipped to ratios of working age population to 65 and older. 40, 50 years ago, 30 years ago, we were close to 5-to-1 in terms of working age population to 65 and older. Today, we're 2.9-to-1, and in the next coming decades, we're going to be closer to 2-to-1. That is tipping this producer-to-consumer ratio in a way that it's going to be that much harder, that much more onus on the people that we do have in the labor force, And that meant more strain on the healthcare system and others because of the aging population. A lot of implications here. Now, there's a dilemma that we go through in depth in the report. I'm just going to cover it briefly. The dilemma is that we have for really critical industries, we have a male-dominated workforce. We'll get to that in a second. The challenge is during COVID, and then really even before that, we've started to see a dip in prime age male workforce participation. Millions of men out of the workforce who could be working, and they're not. There's been a lot of research on this. I won't go into it right now. It's a well-researched topic, but it's a big factor because so many occupations that we rely on for key critical industries, manufacturing, construction, others, are male-dominated. 98% of plumbers, 95% of machinists are men. Now, there's a couple big factors we go deep into the report around. One of them is the labor market toll on addiction. The opioid epidemic crisis, overdose deaths are now 100,000 per year plus. And 1 in 4 overdose deaths are people who are working in construction and extraction occupations, which is just really startling number. There's also a ton of addiction and abuse, and that has a labor market toll as well. In addition to that addiction issues, there's also incarceration. Almost 2 million people behind bars. 1.4 million of those are prime age men. If you look at just the cities, not the metro areas of Atlanta, Miami, and Minneapolis combined, that's 1.4 million. So you get a sense for the context here. There are a lot of people out of the labor market who could be contributing. And there's a lot of great programs to bring second chance employers to connect those. And I think those are some of the most important workforce programs that we can invest in. Okay, so we talked about the far past. We talked about the present. What does the decade ahead look like? Well, here's a challenge. The labor force's growth is slowing. In fact, this number that we have up here, the BLS just put a forecast that actually is changing the math already. We're anticipating the lowest labor force growth of the next decade that we've ever seen in American history. That's a startling fact. And of those in the labor force, how the labor force is growing, most people are going into college degrees, which is a great thing for upward mobility. But if you're not getting the right degree, if you're not meeting the needs of critical industries, we're in trouble. And so there are many jobs in the skilled trades and the food industry keeping our communities going it's becoming increasingly difficult to find because we do not have the workers we need for them. Meanwhile, the projections of retirements continue to change. People are retiring earlier, and so these estimates of how this math is being done is needing to change as well. The early boomers, the boomers who are younger, are starting to retire at a younger age. Anyone know what the average retirement age in America is? Any guesses? 67, 68? Some estimates that we see is actually 61 years old has now become the average retirement age. So it's that much younger. The challenge is, though, that for each generation, this survey that showed what age do you expect to stop working, each generation is consecutively saying, I'm going to stop working at a younger age. Some of that may be unrealistic, but this is what the younger generations are saying. So we can't anticipate that people are going to work longer, even though we're going to need them to. At the same time, as older workers are retiring, fewer teens are also working. This chart is stunning in the sense, so this is when each generation turns 16, going back to 1965, and you can see the labor force participation rate for teens and how it's plummeted. Crazy drop. It's increased a little bit. There's a lot of factors here, but so there are fewer teens building job skills in the labor market as well. Now, I will say, before we talk about how we prepare, what we can do about this, who's going to be able to do the work. This last chart here, we are at peak 18 this year. Anybody know what peak 18 means? Peak 18-year-olds in America. 2007 was the peak of our births. We have dropped since then. 2007, 18 years later, 2025, here we are. So projections of the high school graduate cliff, 10% nationally for some states like California, Illinois, closer to 30% decline in high school graduations. Massive demographic cliff that is going to impact higher education and K-12 in a big, big way. This great witchy.edu website, you can go to any state and map this out. Really recommend that website. Okay, so that pegs the question of who's going to do the work. Before we turn it over to Alex, I've just got a few more slides. So really, there are a few different options of who can do the work. There's women doing more of these jobs, immigration, so for a fraught topic right now, but we take it right on in the report, and automation. I'm gonna cover, just for the sake of time, a couple of factors here. What about immigrants? The reality is, without immigration, our labor force would not be growing and wouldn't have been growing the last number of years. In fact, the very critical industries rely on foreign-born workers. You can see this ratio of employed workers that are foreign-born and how that's changed by percentage and by total number. But obviously with what's happened in the last year, a lot of the growth in the immigrant workforce was of undocumented workers or asylum seekers, and with more deportations, that's going to become a bigger challenge now. I think it's so critical to so many different industries that we're already seeing some interventions and some things maybe going to change. We'll see. No, I don't have a magic ball there, but foreign-born workforce is critical. But what about artificial intelligence? The reality is, there are some AI is starting to take, looking like it is hitting the labor market in different ways, maybe on the edges with white-collar jobs, entry-level jobs. There's been a lot of research on that. But for the sectors that need workers the most, tangible help with people who are doing manual work, AI and automation, robots are years away, and the US is way behind in developing robots compared to other countries as well. So this is a percentage of our job postings from Lycas needing AI skills. A lot of information, professional services, finance, where the AI is probably in the bullseye. And a lot of jobs, construction, healthcare, that are at the center of this storm that we talk about, where AI is not as prevalent. So what can we do? How do we get prepared? And this is where we're going to talk about some interventions. We talk about a lot of these things in our report and follow-on reports, but I'm going to hand it over to Alex to talk about that.
Great, thank you so much. So the last time I did this workshop, I actually had screenshots of the report posted in the room, and so I'm glad that we have it in real life for everyone here today. And but hopefully this job audits line, and really this middle one, sounds a lot like talent pipeline management. Where are these critical pain points in industries, and how do we move folks through them? You've heard a lot about ensuring skill alignment. That is the bread and butter of talent pipeline management. But people move through talent pipelines, and so you cannot ignore who those people are. And so this is where the workshop comes in. Is, do we need to repoint or widen our talent pipelines based on your region's population demographics? Are your preferred providers inclusive of those different labor pools? And we'll get to these in your worksheet in a second. Have job structures and job descriptions been updated lately? Last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? And what does retention and upskilling look like? I will never forget when someone from the state came to talk with students and they started talking about a pension. And if you're a 17-year-old, a pension doesn't mean anything to you. You can't see that far into the future. And so how do we talk about why people stick around in a job? And what's the incentive to upskill? How are you messaging all of these things? And then, again, are you engaging with the right external partners, wraparound organizations, and do they understand that TPM is the path to success for their clients? Because if TPM's working well, it means good employees are earning good money, and that means families are fed, the lights are on and the heat's on, right? So Southern Vermont, we hit our silver tsunami earlier than the rest of the country. And I mean that literally. In 2011, for a variety of reasons, we had a snowless winter and a nuclear power plant closed, and we really took stock of what's the future of our Southern Vermont regional economy. And we went to our companies and we said, what are your job projections? And they counted the number of gray-haired people on the floor, and they were like, wow. And so they're learning that the majority of their workforce was aging, and things today were really fine. They had a skilled and talented and experienced workforce. But that was changing really quickly. And so over here, I can't step out of the black line, sorry. So you can see the population 65 to 74, and those are in general non-working folks, doubled in the last 25 years. And so I don't know exactly, this might be outdated, but we're at full employment and not in the fun way. We're at full employment in that there are around 15,000 job openings in Vermont and around 7,000 people on unemployment. And so when we talk about labor force participation, it's not just who is actively seeking actively unemployed or seeking employment in that way, but also who has been excluded from the labor market that we need to bring back in. And so while we're a bellwether for some of the challenges of rural America, we are a laboratory for rural solutions. And so, we were out of workers. And so my organization, a regional workforce and economic development organization in a community of 42,000 people, a county of 42,000 people, we advocated for a refugee resettlement office to open in our community. And the promise we made is that if you open this office, our organization will do the workforce and education services for that population. And it was a learning curve for all of us. There had not been any sort of structured immigrant or refugee resettlement in Southern Vermont for 30 years. And so we all had to learn together. Again, we know the skills, we know the job demand, but we had a drastically different population. The high school career programs we run and have been running for years, those aren't for these folks. And so how do we change the programming, our partnerships, and how we engage our talent pipelines to meet the needs of a new population? And so again, our preferred providers. Are your preferred education providers that your collaboratives have articulated, are they inclusive of that shifting population? Inclusive whether it's English language learners or young people or working parents or you name it, right? And so other things like, are your employers prepared to do all of those things, retain, upskill, recruit, engage these different populations? In every community, your population's demographics are different, but that nimbleness to meet those folks where they are, that's the top of the pipeline, and it really needs to go throughout. And then also in places where there has been depopulation, depopulation is divestment in rural America. And so repopulation is a reinvestment. And so not only is our organization placing more folks in jobs and our companies are excited and happy about it, but our labor department is humming because we work in partnership with them. And our referral system is great. When folks graduate out of their basic adult literacy programs, then we refer them to EOA for the next workforce training. And we are, it's not place and pray or train and pray models. It is thoughtful, skills-based, TPM-driven, inclusive workforce development. And it pays off. So 165 new Vermonters being fully employed in a town of 12,000 people is enormous when you look at the kinds of labor force losses we've had. We've had a manufacturer who has a third production line against the Grain Gourmet Pizza, gluten-free pizza, one of the largest manufacturers of gluten-free pizza in the country, at least in the Northeast, is now operating a third production line because they've hired a significant number of new Vermonters, right? So that is a win-win for everyone, and they pay good wages. The tax base, we have a dwindling tax base, and these folks are contributing to that in ways that are really, all ships are rising with that tide. And we're having a lot of success conferring real industry recognized credentials with these folks because it's a small community. We work hand in hand with our education and training partners, and if our local trainers don't have the curricula or resources to do it, we insource it. We'll bring folks from other parts of Vermont, from other states, who may be doing things differently or better to really help meet that need. And then lastly, what's really important, we have an AI-driven workforce development tool, and it helps us understand the skills of our population. And it is as hard to get a 16-year-old to take credit for what they are good at as it is to understand someone who speaks Dari about what a pipe fitter is. I mean, I don't know what a pipe fitter does in the United States, let alone I can't translate that from Dari to English. There are tools out there that can help extract people's skills in ways that we're not doing it so that we can make really good fits. And so for all the hubbub around AI, skills assessment is the foundation to making a good fit at the end of that talent pipeline. So here comes the workshop part. And so this is, again, for your own thought experiment, and also I really hope that you folks repeat this activity that we're going to do together with your collaborative. So you have these pages on your tables, and there's a few different scenarios. And so you can pick one or more of those to walk through, and this is really where you repoint or maybe audit your talent pipelines based on who's in your community. And so for some of you, like big CTE, K-12 folks, like, that's great. What about the adult population? Are those solutions relevant to working families, and vice versa? Do you, if you have a huge high school in your region, are you tapping into that effectively? So take a few minutes. I'm going to wander around the room. Feel free to ask questions if you want, but I really encourage you folks to maybe, if you have a collaborative that one of you is already working on, to start with that. What does that collaborative look like? And walk through these questions and these paces. And maybe you're saying, yep, this is what we already knew, or maybe it's, we need to do things differently. We need a new partner to help support this. All right, I'll give folks 5 or 10 minutes to chat, and feel free to ask questions. Yeah. Okay. All right, folks. Love seeing the conversation. So let's talk about some proposed solutions. And so I'm asking for some brave folks to maybe, share. And remember, the goal is eventually you'll be doing this with your collaboratives. And so your HR folks, they are not going to do 10 new things. We know HR people. We know how sometimes organizations are stuck in where they are sometimes. So what's one or two things you think might be relevant to the population that you picked as a group? And so, if there's anyone who wants to raise their hand, and I don't have to call on you, to say which of those three populations you folks talked about, and one or two things that someone could do to open up the doors.
So we used the Fresh Start population, and we talked about career awareness at a younger age through things like STEM, summer camps, and things like that. But in addition to that, we talked about that support in like simulated work environments to get them used to what the industry may be like in the future.
Awesome. Everyone hear that? So for the Fresh Start, they said career awareness earlier and simulated work environment. So, right, the changing the messaging and better preparing folks who have never been into any workplace so that they feel like they fit in more a little bit. They know what they're getting themselves into. Another, yeah, sure.
Right.
Walk them through the process and get them that job learning and stuff like that. But that first scenario was kind of a perfect setup for an apprenticeship.
Great. So the folks hear that? So with younger folks, pre-apprenticeship, really priming that population so that when it comes time to enter into an existing pathway that's been invested in, that those folks are ready. And then, for every I'm out of the box. For every retiree, that's a mentor. And so remember, skills and knowledge usually don't disappear. And so just because those skills and knowledge aren't in the workforce doesn't mean that you can leave that skill and knowledge on the table and left behind. So engaging those populations in mentorship, making sure that what we know, the skills and experience and knowledge transitions between generations as our labor market changes. Folks over here, yeah.
Thank you. We thought about wrapping it, but we didn't have enough time. So we really didn't come up with any solutions. I think that we need to lead with the data because that's what we should be doing in TPM. So some of the data that you showed today demonstrating the decline of men in the workforce is what I think we're missing to be able to make women-friendly cultures in a lot of employment spaces. We talked about women in leadership in healthcare and how sometimes physicians drive meeting times. So there's maybe a 6 a.m. meeting or a 5:30 p.m. meeting, and these are times when traditionally mothers or working parents are doing work at home and trying to get families ready, dropping off, et cetera. But we let those physicians drive the decision making because it fuels the machine that is healthcare. And so it really requires a lot of culture shifts and leadership training and enabling to make some of those family-friendly policy shifts, and then really strong leadership who's willing to honor employing women mothers. So we don't have a solution yet. We're all ears if somebody does, but we think it's going to take a long time to get there to become mother-friendly employers.
Yeah, it's remarkable how quickly we forgot during COVID when COVID proved childcare is a workforce tool. It's a workforce solution, and we all learned that during COVID when our kids were screaming in the back of our Zooms, and then we forgot it, and now we're wondering why aren't there more women engaged in the workforce? And it's because, in general, childcare is not accessible, affordable across the country in most communities. Any other last groups who want to share? And so again, as constructive as doing this was now, I really do hope you take this back to your communities. And so the last thing I'll do is let Josh share about how you can get the data. Again, I screenshotted the Rising Storm report. You folks probably have a bit more sophisticated approaches to how you get your data, and so Josh will share a little bit.
Yeah, so there's a link, happy to share it. Go to the Rising Storm, you can listen to it, download it. That data is kind of a broad national picture, but one thing I would encourage you all is do an audit of your local labor market. We don't go outside and wonder what the national temperature is, right? We wonder what the temperature is in our region, in our community, and that's where the local data, through the TPM process, through partners like LICAST or your state labor market office or whomever, to say what's the composition of our labor market? What are the oldest occupations, the oldest industries? How many disabled people do we have in our region? How many people do we? What does our educational pipeline look like? All of these different parts of the talent pipeline. Do that audit with data is really, really helpful, because the thing, and I'm about to go speak to a site selectors conference, and there's a lot of focus on how do we attract new businesses to our region. Some of you may focus on that, and the challenge is every time you do that, you're going to you're taking workers from already that employers are looking for, and so this is where the challenge is now. And so knowing your own workforce, your own businesses very, very well, including their supply chains, not just their talent supply chains, but understanding their businesses is super critical. So that data audit is something we really recommend. So think globally. These are some global issues that we talked about with the Rising Storm, but you need to act locally. Think globally, act locally. That's a catchphrase we use because it's a truism for a reason.
Great. Any questions? Big picture, little picture? Is anyone terrified now with all the data? So the good news is that you folks are further ahead than Vermont. So the storm is coming for you, and now you have time to prepare. We started this work 10 years ago because we had, again, the gray, someone saying there's too many gray hairs on the shop floor. Our bell got rung 10 years ago, and we've been working on it since. But, there's still time. And talent pipeline management will be part of making sure no skill gets left on the table as an employer and, in your regional economy. So thanks to everyone, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Please make your way to your next selected breakout by 11:20 a.m.
Mic check, mic check. All right, perfect. It's working today. Again, thank y'all again for participating in these sessions. We now have a networking break until about 11:20 a.m., but right afterwards we'll get into some more breakout sessions. So at 11:20 we'll be in Lee Anderson for technology readiness for TPM leaders. And if you're staying here, you'll be present for activating workforce and education with TPM. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We have about 4 minutes before the next breakout start. So if you're in here, you're staying for the Activating Workforce and Education with TPM session. If you're looking to go to the Technology Readiness session, that is going to be in Lee Anderson. So please make your way to Lee Anderson if you're going for the other breakout session. If you're staying for the Workforce and Education Alignment or Activation session, then you can stay in the Great Hall. Thank you.
Do you think they both work?
Do they both work?
I don't know. We can try. Okay.
Hello, everybody. That was okay. I'm going to pull a Nikki. Can we do it again? Hello, everybody. Thank you. My name is Taylor Dunn. I am with the San Diego Regional Economic Development Corporation. This is my colleague, Kevin. Kevin?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Kevin McMackin. I am the Director of Strategic Partnerships for the community colleges in San Diego and Imperial Counties.
And we are going to talk to you today about how we've been able to use talent pipeline management to activate workforce and education systems in San Diego. We're going to share a bit about our program, what is Advancing San Diego, talk about why TPM is important and helps us. I like the lie of LMI. And then Kevin's going to share how the information that our organization as the Regional Economic Development Corporation gathers and publishes then becomes valuable to specifically the community colleges, but generally workforce and education systems in our region. And then we're going to talk a little bit about why we are now able to reference our program, or I guess pursue other programs and opportunities because we've built a base with Advancing San Diego. I will say Kevin and I have given this a version of this presentation a lot, so please interrupt us throughout to ask questions and have discussion. We're supposed to be set up a 20-minute presentation, 20-minute discussion, but we do much better weaving those two together. So truly just interrupt us. So I'm going to jump in here by just giving a broad overview of what Advancing San Diego is, what our program does. In the region, in San Diego County, which is a county that is the size of the state of Connecticut, we have a goal to double the number of people that are graduating with a post-secondary education in order to meet the needs of businesses, in order to fill the number of jobs that we anticipate having open by 2030. We started to address that goal around 2017. I'll go through a full timeline in a moment. But a few years later, we determined that really what we needed to be focusing on was the inclusion of historically underrepresented populations within the innovation economy, which is our tech and life sciences sectors in San Diego County. They tend to be much more stable in times of economic crisis, really great wages, and really helping our economy in San Diego thrive. Those industries we want to see keep growing. So we do this through 3 different buckets of work. The first is communicating industry demand, and that is really where, if you are very familiar with the talent pipeline management curriculum, we're talking about strategies 1, 2, and 3 primarily in that first bucket. Then we move on to the second bucket. This is where we start to bring our friends in education to the table, and we start talking about strategy 4 and strategy 5, and then of course, strategy 6, we're kind of talking about all throughout that sustainability planning, right? But when we talk about adapting existing resources, we're talking about workforce systems, we're talking about curriculum, we're talking about anything that the region is leveraging to prepare people for the workforce that needs to change as a result of what we're learning from industry. And then the third bucket is around expanding access for San Diegans, access to quality jobs within the innovation economy, ideally. And that looks like an internship program, usually a summer internship program where we recruit businesses and students, and we pay the students to work in internships through grant funding. But it also maybe looks like new pathways into quality jobs for people who didn't previously have access. So generally expanding access for San Diegans. This is the timeline. I'm just going to hit on the 3 points that you see highlighted here, and we'll touch more on this later. But essentially, we've been able to use this basis of a system that we've created in connecting TPM to workforce and education to position ourselves nicely for funding opportunities. We're in that position again now and have been able to take a lot of the baseline work and just adjust it, tweak it, make it apply to whatever philanthropic or otherwise funding opportunity we're going for, and continue on. So just jumping into sort of our roles and what we do through the program. As I mentioned, I'm with the Regional Economic Development Corporation. We are a privately funded nonprofit economic development organization, so probably a little bit different than EDOs across the country. Very little government funding in times like this, that's very nice. And we are able to really direct our work toward whatever is truly going to make a stronger San Diego economy. And we do that work based on what we call the 3 pillars of any strong economy, which are quality jobs, skilled talent, and thriving households. Those are the 3 buckets that all of our work fall into. Obviously, Kevin and I talk a lot about skilled talent. We work with and through 150 companies and investors that fund us and lead our work. Employer-led, data-driven is in our kind of phrases that we use as an organization, so you can understand why TPM made a lot of sense for us. These, again, the 3 priorities around economic development, these came out of some research we did with the Brookings Institution to understand major barriers to growth in our economy. This is the business case for economic inclusion, and I think that's what TPM is as well. TPM is the business case for opening more access to quality jobs for more people. That talent one is driven by the idea that there's going to be more jobs that need people who have some sort of post-secondary education. And we need to be able to fill those jobs with San Diegans, or those companies are leaving, especially in the innovation economy, where they can really choose to be anywhere they want. So the way that the process looks for us in TPM, in advancing San Diego using TPM, and then I will stop talking and turn it over to Kevin, who's probably got the information you actually want to hear, is that we start by convening an employer working group. Like I mentioned, strategy 1, really starting by bringing those employers to the table. We conduct strategies 2 and 3, and I'm going to talk in a moment about how we determine where to start. That's a big question that we get. We run through strategies 2 and 3, and then we publish a report. That report is a publicly available, real-time labor market analysis of the industry or set of occupations that we're looking at, with specifics around how, what employers are looking for as far as skills. What are those top skills that their new hires need to have in order to be ready for the job? Using that report, we convert it into an RFP, where we're asking training programs to respond to how they are meeting the needs of employers. This is a question that comes up a lot in TPM. How do you pick your education providers? This is how we do it. It's an open RFP process. Anyone can apply. We, of course, have strong partnerships in some of the more legacy education, but we also have what we call verified programs, or programs that have gone through this process, like Workshop for Warriors, and others that are more non-traditional training programs, maybe population specific. The verified program application is 2 parts. First, we ask the education systems to submit their curriculum, literally their syllabus. I want to know how you're teaching to this skill. I want to know that that course is required for the students, and I want you to show me in your learning objectives of the syllabus that you're doing it. If that is all check, 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 great, you move on to the next phase, which is more interactive with the employers. Having the employers determine in person, through conversation with those education institutions, if they are reaching and serving the population of the priority populations that we're focused on here, how they're connecting to industry, how they're connecting to K through 12. Then we select the verified programs and we start building some of the solutions. So now Kevin and I are going to kind of talk through how all of that has been embedded into the workforce and education systems. So first question is, how do we determine where to start with our TPM process? Maybe we have a grant that says we need to focus on manufacturing. Okay, well there's like tons of jobs in manufacturing. How do you know where to start? We start by pulling high-level labor market information and eliminating jobs based on some of these qualifiers here. But sometimes we also start by saying, well, the grant or the relationship that we have with the community colleges is such that we want to focus on a job that has a 2-year degree requirement, or maybe we have the potential to create pathways from 2-year degree programs. So, making sure the priority sector, we're looking at priority sectors so we can get the biggest reach with the projects that we're doing, some quality job requirements, and then, of course, how we determine how we can work with some of the partners that are critical to what we're doing.
Yeah, I think I would add here that one of the things that I think a lot of us encounter is there's already so much research in the areas that we're looking into. And sometimes I think there's this desire where it's like, okay, well, we're going to start from scratch and figure it out from the very beginning. But it's really important for us to collaborate and understand where we already have pockets of information, what we've learned in the past, and how we can apply that instead of just starting over every time we approach occupation.
And that's a trust building exercise between us and the education institutions, and especially the community colleges who tend to not have access to as many resources as maybe like our four-year institutions. So doing that process, leveraging, if anyone in here is from California, we work a lot with the Center of Excellence for San Diego and Imperial County Community Colleges. Do you want to share a little bit about what that is?
I'll hit that in one of our slides, yeah.
Perfect. Let's pause here because I know this is, again, like in working with the TPM, as a TPM faculty member, as a TPM fellow, this is a question we get a lot. Where do we start? Any questions on this or any kind of discussion points that people want us to dig more into here?
I think we have one here.
Hello, I'm looking at your breakdown of the employment, and I'm wondering what innovation means, the 9.9.
Yes, innovation is our tech and life sciences companies in San Diego County. So the way we think about that is education, healthcare, and locally serving our businesses that are in San Diego because of inherently, anchor institutions. Things like the innovation economy, a company like Illumina could decide tomorrow that San Diego's not doing it for them anymore and they're gonna leave. They have that ability. We really focus on making sure those jobs that are choosing San Diego can stay in San Diego.
Yeah, just a quick question about the timeline from convening employers to publishing the report and then doing the RFP process. Like how many months, weeks? And then the talent demand report, how do you publish it? Like, is it the source of truth for all of the employers in in your region? Like, how do you think about like sample size?
So to answer your first question, we've gotten onto a pretty good timeline where we're revisiting, or doing things at the same time every year. So we start talking to employers about joining our employer working group around this time. We're having conversations right now with manufacturers. We are going to kick off our first meeting. We're doing it a little early this year. We're going to do a first intro meeting next week. But typically, we actually don't start those intro meetings until late January, early February. It might just be a Zoom call where we're talking to high-level folks about how they can bring their HR people and their hiring managers to the table. Or we might have that direct relationship. As you all know, Strategy 1 can take a really long time. So that piece, we give ourselves plenty of time. Once we hit the ground running, we are convening the employers at 2 to 3 times and deploying 2 surveys in the span of February to April. And then from April to May or June, we're publishing that report. I'll share more on where those reports live, what they look like in just a moment. And then our verified program application opens in June, and this has been a highly contested and debated timeline. For the sake of our community colleges, can you share a little bit about this part of it?
I was going to chime in on that also. So a lot of the timeline is really dictated by the requirements we have to push our curriculum through its approval process. And so what we find is if we start too late in the year, we don't allow our colleges to go through that process, which I think I've heard in a couple of other sessions, people talking about how long curriculum updates and curriculum development take. So the timeline is really driven through that lens to ensure that colleges have enough time to actually implement the changes.
And for the application itself, the application is typically filled out by a faculty member and or a dean in partnership. And for our four-year institutions, summer's a great time for them because they don't have a lot of, their course load is lighter, but they're still kind of working. For our community colleges, it's not a great time because folks are not on contract during those summer months. So we open it in June, and the written application piece stays open until late September. So those just closed for us last week. And then the second part is an in-person event, one-time in-person event. We give them about a month in between the close of the written application to the in-person event to say, congrats, you're moving to the in-person event. Here's what you should prepare for. Get it on your calendar. But we have the event kind of listed on our website so they can mark their calendar for it far, far in advance.
Yeah.
I think you had another question, but I might have forgotten it. No, we covered it? Okay.
Hi, yeah, thanks so much for sharing. Just want to kind of dig into the implementation science a little bit more, particularly around staffing all of this great work, right? The working groups and the report and all of this and the funding behind it. Because I think so many of us are like, yes, TPM is great and the truth and the way. And then, we look at our organizations and we're like, well, who has time and capacity? And we're like, oh, the current status can, have a few working groups and stuff.
Sure.
But the current status cannot necessarily take that from, hey, we got people together and got them excited, to we're meeting regularly with our employers, we're creating this report, we're all of this. So could you talk about how you staff it, how you fund those, that additional capacity, and sort of when you pulled the trigger on, hey, this is more than the status quo of our organization can handle, for the EDC, and then if there's anything you've noticed about your partners in it too.
Yeah, so I think we know the host organization role is really important. Having that host organization be an organization that has deep employer relationships already is really helpful. And the other thing is getting some sort of like seed funding grant to start this work is also really helpful. So we had to do a pilot, we had to test things, and that happened back in 2019 when we got the JP Morgan Advancing Cities grant. That was $3 million over 3 years. I will say I have lots of good things to say about that grant process, but one of them is that it forced us to bring the right people to the table. So prior to this work, and I think this is something Kevin might talk about a little bit later, is we were talking, but we weren't really integrating our work as an EDO and as the education sector. Now Kevin and I text probably once a week about like what's going on and what meetings we're going to be in and things like that. So the capacity building was long, over a long period of time, about 6 years at this point. Like I said, having that seed funding really allowed us to, as an economic development team, have one person that was a program manager. And the way it looked then is very different than the way it looks now. It was like very regimented on, we're spending 6 weeks or maybe a couple months on one industry, and then we're moving to the next one. So we had one person that was running it from that team. The work started to show that it was fruitful. We were putting out reports. People were really paying attention to them. We were able to fundraise to staff another person still on the economic development team. And then when the work became more systems work, like what we're going to talk about later, we have Advancing San Diego, but now we have all these other things that are like tangentially Advancing San Diego. That work started and of course was fundraised for, unique projects, but again, building on this base that we've created. And that's what kind of allowed us to break out into our own team as the economic development organization. And now we're a team of 3 doing this stuff. And then Kevin, I know you're going to talk about incentives, but I don't know if you have anything to add there.
No, I think the core thing is, like Taylor said, identifying the right people. And what we found is, our collaborative and supporters, we all have a passion for this work, and in some way it's already tied into our day-to-day. And so it's really about reframing or shifting how we prioritize our work as well.
Yeah. One thing I don't think we have in here, so I'll mention it, is we obviously, the partners that were brought into the work that are listed on one of those first slides, initially, I will say, with the exception of the community colleges, had a piece of the grant that we got. They said, we want to be at the table, we won't take a dime, and that's huge. That was huge for this partnership. We got everyone in by cutting them into the grant. We kept them because the work was going really well, and it was clear that these collaborations needed to happen. And we needed to draw our swim lanes and say, like, we're the business-facing organization with support, but we also have our workforce partnership at the table. As you can see here, we've got some K through 12 partners at the table. So it was a lot of momentum building over the course of the 6 years, starting with just one program manager, and that was one of her projects.
Yeah, and I'd say with all of those partners, Taylor talked about establishing the lanes. Our work bleeds together or crosses over so much. When you look at, we all have an element of employer engagement. We all do a number of things. And so we actually developed an MOU where we all agreed, this is our role, and this is what we prioritize, and this is why we come together. And it really helped us to take the step away from like, okay, well, we communicate every once in a while when we need a support letter for a grant, to actually collaborating together.
Thank you. So the question I had is pertaining to this slide when it talks about earns a livable wage. And how do you approach those broader conversations with employers? San Diego has to be one of the most expensive places to live in our nation, but across our nation, affordable housing is a concern for so many. So how do you engage with employers as you're bringing them on for economic stability within the community and hopes of keeping workers there in the community? I know that's a concern for all of us. How do you approach that when we're talking about making sure we're providing sustainable wages for the ones that are coming on? Thank you.
So do you want an EDC or an education perspective?
I think we should give both. I think that's an
Yeah,
important
let's go
point
for it.
of this partnership. We don't have to have the same answer to that question, and this still works. From the EDC's perspective, there's hundreds and hundreds of jobs that we could focus on, and when we go through the LMI, we say, okay, that one pays under $20 an hour, that's out. We're gonna focus on one that's a sustainable wage. If, with the employer input, we determine that that job is so critical, it needs to be the one we focus on, then we also need to focus on the pipeline for those people to understand where they're gonna go next, that they're gonna make more than that. So for us, if we have a list of, what do we have here, 6 really important roles in the region, we're gonna narrow it down and talk with the employers about how we can start with the one where we're gonna have the biggest impact for the most amount of people. If I'm adjusting curriculum for a program, how can I make sure it's the program that is gonna get people the socioeconomic mobility that they need? But again, if we determine because we're doing an employer-led process, that is the role we really need to focus on, what is the next step for those folks? How do we ensure that we can use talent pipeline management to upskill them into a higher wage position? Because as an economic development organization, we're not really in a place to tell companies, you should be just paying them more. We have those conversations, what is a quality job? How can you ensure it through sustained revenue sources and things like that? But on the talent side, that's not, we're focusing on roles that we can ensure people are going to go into high wage positions.
Yeah, I'd say we really value our relationship with our workforce board and with the EDC because they're often able to say things to employers that I can't say, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm still going to them saying, I still need you to hire my students and I want you to participate in work-based learning. But we do have to take a very strong stance. So we're constantly talking about pulling our researchers together to come together on an actual agreed upon living wage, because generally we look at things the same, but we've just received information in the last handful of months where our chancellor's office is saying $26. Right? And so instantly it takes what we're doing, it impacts that. And so if we apply $26 to this screen, it changes our discussion, because if we have existing programs, we have a little bit more flexibility. But if Taylor's like, hey, well, there's no programming around this, and so we need to figure out how to train people, we might not be able to offer it then. And generally, when I'm working and my team is working with employers, if anything is under that living wage, we take the approach where we can post stuff on the job board, but we don't actively push information out to our students that would lead them in the direction of an occupation that doesn't pay a living wage.
Okay, we'll keep on moving. This is just kind of an exercise in showing how we start with that LMI to bring a set of occupations to a group of employers and say, we're gonna collect all your data, but we've got to start somewhere. Here's the ones we're thinking about. How does this feel for you? And then those are some of the occupations we start to actually survey them on. So just to understand why we have these red strike-throughs, we mentioned the laborers, $18.73 an hour. Again, if the employer said that is the most critical, which I imagine that conversation will come up with some of the things happening in San Diego around undocumented workers, we will say, okay, then how do we make sure that those folks have a very quick path to a higher paying job? Something like software developers, we are covering in a separate working group. So we might say, we know this occupation is important to you all. We're gonna invite you back for another conversation that focuses on software developers across the board. This is the lie of LMI, right? An example of where this has become really important for our conversations and kind of what we're starting to work on right now in partnership with some of our other organizations across the state of California. We did a healthcare working group this year. The labor market information tells us that there are over 3,500 unique job postings for registered nurses in 2023, and only about 1,900 completions within the region. And so, of course, our education institutions and the BRN and the state look at that data, which is unique or specific for San Diego, but not unique across California. This is consistent, and say, we need more RNs. We need to graduate more RNs. But when we do the TPM work, when we break down what is an RN, how do you define that, what do you actually need as far as numbers in that position, we only need about 540 new grad RNs. We need all the rest of those positions to be specialty nurses. So all of these new grad RNs that you're pumping out of these programs that you need clinicals for and that you're trying to onboard, actually we don't need them. We're trying to help them out so that we don't pinch the pipeline, but we need specialty nurses.
And I think one of the challenges that we face, so Taylor mentioned clinical placements, preceptors. I think all of us are familiar with those challenges that exist. Our BRN, our Board of Registered Nurses, they're continuing to approve new RN programs to be opened in the state of California. And so when we look at this, because it's the same information that they're looking at, that traditional LMI, they say, oh my gosh, we need to approve as many nursing programs as we can to meet this need. But what it's actually doing is creating more problems, because the more programs we have coming in, the more students receive that training, and they start taking up more of those clinical spaces.
So we're in conversations now, like, how do you address this when it's a statewide, mandated by another board issue, right? BRN is going to keep looking at those top two numbers, and they're going to keep approving entry-level programs or new grad nurse programs, and we're over here saying, wait, we have this much better data, it's telling a much clearer story, we need to adjust where the resources are going. So that's where we're starting to come into these communities of practice with Capital Impact and other organizations across California that are doing similar work to say, how can we all take our TPM data and bring it to a governing body in the state of California to say labor market information is not great and it's not telling you the full story. So this is where you can find the talent demand reports, and this is, for us, this serves as the sort of basis for how we tell that story. They're very basic on purpose. We want them to be consumable and not too complex. You can scan this QR code to get to the spot on our website where they live. They're literally PDF documents. We have a PowerPoint template, and we go in and put in some data. We put in what we found from the employers, and we put in some skill information. And then, as I mentioned, that becomes the verified program application in a different form. And I'm happy to share those resources too if that's of interest. So kicking it over to Kevin for a little bit more on their side of the work.
Yeah, and I'm just going to jump to the next slide for time purposes. So just wanted to share a little bit about who we are to give you a better understanding. So I often, because my title is so long on my name tag, I just tell people I work for the community colleges in San Diego and Imperial. But I actually work for what's called the Regional Consortium of Community Colleges. And we are an organization, there are 7 throughout the state. The way that our 116 community colleges in the state of California are grouped is by region. And so I work for San Diego and Imperial counties. So we have 9 colleges here in this big cluster of San Diego. And then about 2 hours all the way east is the Imperial Valley. And so Imperial Valley College is very unique, very collaborative, but they have their own set of challenges and so forth. So as a regional consortium, we have a number of priorities. Really what it comes down to is our role is to help build capacity for the colleges. They have the best intentions. They want to accomplish as much as they can, but often limited resources, staffing, time, they just can't always get to things. And so we're really that group that comes in and we help to accomplish things. A perfect example of that is work-based learning is a priority for us in our region. And so I facilitate a work-based learning community of practice. And so I pull together our work-based learning professionals. We also fund a work-based learning coordinator at all of our colleges. And so I pull them together and others, and we talk through this work, and we talk about goals and priorities. We talk about how we can better prepare students for these internships through Advancing San Diego. My work, though, is very specifically focused in employer engagement. increasing work-based learning and job opportunities for students. So we have a team of about 14 employer engagement professionals that are assigned to different colleges and sectors and so forth. And we're really just trying to increase those opportunities for students. We know that work-based learning changes students' lives. We heard yesterday, I don't have to repeat the wonderful information that we heard yesterday, but it has an impact, and so we're really trying to change those things. We try to break down the knowledge, skills, and abilities, which we love our talent demand reports, because it makes it a lot cleaner and easier for us to do. But just to give you an idea, in the last 3 years, our employer engagement team for the regional consortium has developed over 13,500 work-based learning and job opportunities in our region. So we've hit or touched a little bit already on the type of data that is available. So Taylor mentioned the Center of Excellence, or the COE. I know I'm a little biased here, but I happen to think that we have the best COE in the state of California. They're very dynamic. They put together so many wonderful reports and collaborate with us. I think I talked to our COE director about as much as I talked to Taylor, and she's wonderful. But we have this formal process that all of our colleges have to go through whenever Taylor comes to us and says, hey, this is what the talent demand report says, and we need you to go through this process. So the Chancellor's Office, my favorite acronym anyway, but they have a formal process called the Program Course Approval Handbook, or the PCA. I just think it's a great acronym. But they have this process that they have to go through to ensure that a program can be approved. And so they really have to go and demonstrate through a report from the COE, and it's a traditional LMI report. So imagine if it were a nursing report, what Taylor just shared on that previous slide, that's what the Chancellor's Office is going to receive and see. So they have to demonstrate that there are enough jobs in their service area, and the data can be no more than 2 years old. So then on top of that, we have a number of other areas. And the reason I'm sharing this is to highlight why it's so important that we have these talent demand reports. So another thing that we have is our program advisories. And my good friend from Cerritos, please cover your ears as an instructional dean from our community colleges, but in my opinion, they're garbage, right? I'm not saying that they're not needed. What I'm saying is they're not done the way they should be. And so often what we find is it's the same people who have been coming for the last 15 years because the professor went to school with them or worked with them in industry, and it turns into a groupthink session where they all agree on everything and then they eat and go home. Right? And it's really not what we're trying to accomplish. These advisories have so much potential to inform our programs and to inform our faculty so they understand how to better serve students. So one of the areas that my team has really tried to emphasize over the last 3 years is adding more industry professionals to diversify those advisories. So in the last 2 years, we actually have only been we've been doing it for 3, only been tracking for 2. We've added 473 industry professionals to our advisories across our 10 colleges. So the talent demand reports are, I share this because we have data, right? We have data, we have connections with employers, so why this? The way that I view it is, I'll jump down to the bottom bullet point there, is I feel like when I'm going to my colleges and I say, look, I've met with these employers, this is what they're saying, we need to make these changes. Their response is typically, oh yeah, but we just had this advisory last year and they said we're good, right? And they don't want to do it. And so what I have found, I have an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old, and I tell them to do a lot of things, and they often don't listen. And so the best way I could describe it to you is it's kind of like my sister telling my 18-year-old son, hey, you should do this. And he's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, I should do it, even though I've told him 100 times that he should do it. The talent demand reports are just received differently by our colleges. They view it as a more direct pipeline from employers, even when I'm bringing 473 people to tell them they need to change things. So really quickly, one thing that I think has made a significant impact on the work that we do is, receiving a talent demand report and information telling us, like, okay, you need to update your curriculum, you need to change the software language, or whatever we're doing within our program is great, but often our colleges don't have the time the money. They just don't have the ability to do it. So what we do in our region is we actually leverage some of our state funding. So we're funded through Strong Workforce in the state of California. So we actually set aside funds to help with the implementation of these programmatic changes. Taylor talked about our faculty at the community colleges being off contract during the summer. So they can actually apply to receive funding or a stipend to make those curriculum updates over the summer when they're typically off contract. If it's a manufacturing need and there's this piece of equipment, we can help to at least get them started or fund the equipment that's needed. And then we also, as I've mentioned before, we facilitate communities of practice. So we'll pull those faculty together and give them a space to talk about the changes they're being asked to make in these talent demand reports.
So we have a few examples in here of how we've used Advancing San Diego to build onto this work and move into new bodies of work or just continue to grow it. I'm happy to go through those, but I also want to open it up for questions again and just pause for discussion or reflection on this information. Again, anything that you have questions about or want us to dig into deeper. Oh, Mike right here.
Try and make this quick to make space for others. I think, so in our work, we often, as you said, Taylor, like there's multiple organizations, you cut them into the grant. How do you actually have those conversations around who gets what funding, who's going to play what role? I mean, obviously, we kind of do like an asset analysis. What are you currently really good at that's unique in our community? And yeah, if you could just talk through a little bit how you try and strategize that.
Well, now that we've kind of established the program, it's much more about here's what you've been doing as part of this. I think originally it was what's your core function as an organization, and then we had kind of negotiations around it, and those roles have changed. So I'll share when the Workforce Partnership started working with us on this through Advancing San Diego, the original grant from JP Morgan, they were playing a mirror role to us as the EDC, which is fine. They have a business engagement team. They have that capacity to some extent, but they have a lot more capacity in serving job seekers, right, with wraparound services and career navigation support and all of that. So over the course of the last few years, we've been able to shift and go to them with new grant opportunities and say, we would love for you to play this role, you know, as a group, having these conversations. We've built that trust over the time. So again, I think it's okay to start at the beginning with maybe not your ideal setup, knowing that like we can build trust, we can build momentum, and then we can change as we go.
Yeah, and that relationship was absolutely key. I think we texted after a meeting we just recently had, and we're like, oh my gosh, we've wanted them to play that role for the last 4 years, and now we're talking about it. And so putting us in a place to have those crucial conversations has definitely been important and made the difference there.
I have one. Thank you both for your presentation. Kevin, my question's for you. With the increase in industry partners that you've brought to your advisories, which kudos on that, because it's not easy. How did you kind of restructure what an advisory meeting looks like and the conversation that happens, because that's something I'm working on.
Yeah, great question. So we have two different sources that we use. So we have, within our region of 10 colleges, we have one of them where it's a district of 4 colleges. And so a handful of years ago, we worked with an educational consulting agency, and we actually drafted a handbook for advisories. And in that, we outlined the goal, what they should be discussing, the types of questions, and it's really just a how-to, but you'd be surprised how often we give that to a faculty member, and they go, I never thought of that, right? Oh, you mean they should be talking more instead of me? And so we have that guide, and then the district, that one district actually took it and they added on top of it for themselves. So we provide those guides to them just to help frame what the discussion should look like. And then now we're working through our associate deans to really be a little more thoughtful about the questions that are asked. So we have on my team what we call them employer relations liaisons. And so they're actually helping to draft questions for the advisories.
And I think we have just only about 10 seconds left, so we're going to wrap it up here. But Kevin and I are here for the rest of the conference. So if you have additional questions, we're happy to chat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please make your way to your next selected breakout by 12:10 p.m.
Hello, everyone. If you're in this room, then you are staying for the Civics Trust and National Civics Bee breakout. Otherwise, we're going to get started with our other ones on childcare and EPIC. Childcare will be in the Lee Anderson, and EPIC will be an enterprise and opportunity.
Hi everyone, how are you all today? My name is Sarah Schmidt and I am with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and so excited to have you all joining us for our focus on civics and the work that we do here at the foundation. So for those of you that are in the room, we're really excited. We're going to start our session with a quiz. So pick up your phones, sync to the QR code. Feel free to come forward if you need to. If you can't access it, raise your hand if you're having any issues with getting the quiz. We're really excited to start off by testing your civic knowledge. After you submit your answers, you'll be able to view your individual score to see your results. And then once all the submissions are in, we will let you know how, as a collective group, you do comparative to the national average. Great, we're seeing some responses come in. Keep submitting your scores. We'll give it a couple more moments.
Results are looking good so far.
Raise your hand if you're still working on your quiz. We'll give everyone just a couple more moments.
All right, wonderful. So we will leave the quiz open, but I want to share the results that we have as a group here in the room. So I'm happy to share that you almost all reached passing. So the average was almost 5 out of 7 questions correct. So that is nearly on par with our national average for civics knowledge. And exciting news, I want to share that all of you got the last question about what protects media outlets from censorship before publication. You all answered correctly by identifying the First Amendment.
Congratulations. Oops. So as we look at civics historically, schools provided civics education to teach citizenship. However, over the past several decades, we have seen a decline and a diminishing emphasis of civics in the classroom, which has impacted multiple generations. And so as we start to look at the statistics, especially those that are adults in the room that are taking the quiz today, unfortunately, the national average, what we're seeing across America, is that about 70% of Americans would not pass, or they would actually fail, a basic civics quiz, and that includes naming the 3 branches of government. We also know that about 80% of our 8th graders are falling below proficient in civics, and then unfortunately, most of our young people believe that democracy is failing or will fail in their lifetime. We know that employers play such a critical role in solving community challenges, and that the business community is uniquely positioned to be a leader in elevating civics as a national priority, both for our current workforce as well as our next generation. We believe that informed and active citizens make for a strong workforce, a strong economy, a strong country, and that our continued prosperity as a country really depends on strengthening of all 3. In 2019, we published a business case for civics in partnership with the Harvard Business Review. To access it, you can email us. We'll have an email at the end of the presentation, or you can go to our website to learn more. As the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, we created what is called the Civic Trust. As we have seen these diminishing focus on civics, we realize the criticalness of the Civic Trust to elevate civics as a national priority with programs and initiatives that advance civics both in the classrooms, in the workplaces, and in our communities. One of our initiatives is Civics at Work that has 3 different programs: the Civics Time Off Initiative, Civics Academy, and Juror Education. They're in various phases. The Civics Academy piloted earlier this year. It plans to launch in early 2026. We're looking for participants. The Juror Education, we're piloting this quarter, both in October and November. So if you're interested in being one of those partners to test out and pilot this program, we would love to have you. When employees hone their civic skills, we know that they also are strengthening their workplace skills, such as problem solving, critical thinking, and teamwork. As we look at the National Civics Bee, which is one of the programs that I work with the most, we really believe that no matter what a young person dreams of becoming someday, that they should have the knowledge, skills, and disposition to be engaged and active citizens. We believe that this is for all Americans. The National Civics Bee is a fun and annual nonpartisan competition that we host for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders across the country to flex their civic knowledge and win recognition and prizes. And as part of that vision is that we truly believe that these students have the opportunity to make contributions to their community, and that should be celebrated, and the opportunity to engage our communities, our businesses, our partners, and we wouldn't be able to do it without our chambers of commerce and organizations across the country who have been our formal partners since 2022 when we launched this program. We're still in a pilot. We'll share a little bit more in a moment, but a little bit about how it works and what is the National Civics Bee. Part of you, or most of you, should be probably familiar with the Scripps Spelling Bee. Similarly, with the National Civics Bee, it is a fun, active competition focused on getting students engaged, learning about civics. So it starts with a student submitting an essay online or by mail. Their applications are open right now for students across the country to submit their essay topic. They will have until February 3rd Hawaiian Standard Time, because we have partners all the way to Hawaii this year already committed, which is really exciting. Judges will then select finalists to advance those students to competitions. At those competitions, they're about 90 minutes. They're fun-filled competitions with the first 2-part quiz questions that are very similar to the ones that you took today. And what's really exciting is that they have an audience track. So if you have the chance to visit a bee in your local community, whether that's in your region or your state, we'll actually be hosting the National Civics Bee in this very room come November 11th. So you're welcome to join us virtually. You will be able to play along and see if you're smarter than a 5th grader, or in this case, a 6th grader. Those students who go past the first 2 rounds of quiz-based questions go to a Q&A round where they talk more about their essay topic and answer questions from community leaders from across the country on what is an opposing point of view. How would they bring this idea to life? Who would they partner with? Those top 3 winners will then move on to a state finals where they will also be able to compete at the regional level. Prizes at a base level start at $5,000 for the winner. The first top 3 winners at regional competitions have the opportunity to win cash prizes. Those students advance. The winners of the state finals have a base level prize of about $1,000. For first place, $500 for second, and third is $250. And then the winner of every state B is invited by us at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation to come here in this very room and compete. We'll have 39 students on the stage in November competing for the ultimate prize, which not only is to be named national champion, but also to win a $100,000 529 plan contribution, which we know truly is a life-changing opportunity. We know that 6th grade is a very key fundamental time in a student's life. We've been really excited to see that we've been able to engage students across the country since we launched the B in 2022. We're seeing that students are, when they're writing their essay, which is asking them, what's a problem, challenge, or opportunity in your community, and what's your solution for it using civics? Who would you partner with to bring this idea to life? Students are writing about topics, everything from homelessness and affordable housing to childcare to transportation systems, economic development, even the prices of eggs. As we look at the impact that this is making, our partners are reporting to us that these students are being so inspired to engage in local initiatives, volunteer in their communities, and some of these students have even brought their ideas to life. As we shared earlier, it's really exciting that at the competitions that adults and other participants in the room have the opportunity to play along and test their civic knowledge, but we're also seeing a growing number of adults that are helping to mentor these students and help them prep for the competition. As we look at our growth since we launched in 2022, we started in just 5 communities in 5 states as we piloted this idea, and so excited to say that for this school year, the 25-26 school year, we are planning to be in all 50 states and DC, which is very exciting. We've seen tremendous growth, and we are partnering with 200 organizations and counting. So if you know of anybody that wants to get involved, we would happily bring them on board for this year or talk to them about participating for 2026. In addition to our wonderful partners who help make the bees happen, they're hosting bees, they champion the competition. We're also really fortunate to have some really great national experts that help make the bee possible, including the Bill of Rights Institute, as well as the Johns Hopkins University and many others. And then excited to watch a little short video that highlights the national championship.
We've been in conversations with the U.S. Chamber Foundation about how do we ignite the fire of civics in the next generation.
The idea of a competition sprang to life.
And now it's my honor to officially kick off the 2024 National Civics Bee Championship.
I'm really excited for the quiz round this time because I prepared a lot for it.
I'm really excited about talking to the other kids, and everyone here is just so impressive, and it's really great to get to know them.
I'm just glad to share what I learned with all my friends.
The best part, bar none, is talking to the kids.
You get to watch them transform. I think with the National Civics Bee, we can inspire just ordinary people to learn about civics, and we can make it really fun, too.
Yeah, I did not know a lot about government before this, but I have a really good civic understanding now.
It was very nerve-wracking, the whole competition. It was a great experience. I got to meet everyone from around the country. Also, I just got to learn a lot about civics.
The grand prize winner of the Danielson National Civics Bee Award is Emily. They're incredible to see young people, middle schoolers, to see their passion for the issues they care about and the knowledge they have to engage and actually create solutions.
It was amazing, and I'm so thankful for it. When you're unique like Mikey, it's hard to find a good fit and find ways to be successful. To find this competition for him has been perfect.
The National Civics Bee is an incredible opportunity to truly be involved and make a difference in the next generation.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us for our presentation on civics. There's many ways for you to get involved. We would love to work with you to bring a bee near you or a civics program to your community, and would love to have a student from your state, your region, to be named the national championship. You can email us at civictrust@uschamber.com, but thank you so much for taking the time today to join us.
Please enjoy lunch from the briefing center next door, and programming will begin again at 12:55 p.m.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. Please continue to eat. Just want to make an announcement. If you haven't found a seat yet, please do. We're going to start programming in just about 4 minutes. Thank you. You can eat during the programming.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you guys are finishing your lunch, just want to spend a few minutes telling you a little bit about myself. I'm Imran Umar. I'm co-founder of InSpring. We are the regional talent hub organization. As we heard earlier today from Lightcast, we are in the rising storm. And in the rising storm, we're facing an unprecedented period of workforce challenges across the country. And so with that knowledge, we've created the infrastructure and the programs to help work with regions and chambers and EDOs across the country to help build programs to attract, upskill, and retain skilled talent in their regions. Today, we are working with regions from Rochester, New York, to Birmingham, Alabama, to Broken Arrow, Rochester, all right, to Birmingham, to Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, to be able to help support their regional efforts. And we recently received a grant from the Talent Mobility Fund to help scale the work we're doing to more regions. It's been fantastic to be strategic partners with the U.S. Chamber Foundation, and a shout out to Lexi and Jamie, who have been incredibly supportive in thinking about how to work with this great network that they've set up here. So what are regional talent hubs? There's so much pressure, and we can see it from the conversations yesterday and today, on chambers and on EDOs to really figure out how to create solutions around all of the headwinds, from training and upskilling programs to retention challenges to sector-specific needs and talent attraction to a region. The challenges are really daunting. And so what we've done is work with regional chambers to figure out how do we create the type of infrastructure and the programs that are sector-specific, role-specific, and can help bolt on to what regions are already doing to be able to look at the intersection of workforce development priorities and industry needs. An example that I'll share with you all is our work in Rochester. So we've been in conversations with One Rock, the EDO in Rochester, as well as the Rochester Chamber of Commerce, and they had two major sectors that they were looking to solve for talent shortages in. One was healthcare and the other was advanced manufacturing. And what they realized was they had a number of programs in place to be able to attract people to the region, to be able to upskill within the region, but it wasn't moving the needle fast enough to be able to help support what the healthcare systems needed, what the advanced manufacturers needed. And so we came together with the Chamber and ourselves to create a new program embedded within the Chamber called Greater Rock Global. And within the first year of launching Greater Rock Global, we've been able to add 150 new RNs to the healthcare workforce. They wanted us to start by creating a healthcare center for excellence and solve the #1 talent shortage in the city, which was nurses. And to a conversation that happened earlier today, there's a difference between new grad RNs versus psychiatric RNs versus ER RNs and every nuance in between. And a lot of the work that we do gets into that level of detail to really create sector-specific and employer-specific solutions to help solve these problems. So we're delighted to do the work that we've been doing in Rochester, and not only has it created an impact for the employers and the healthcare systems, but also to the city, to the state. There are new Rochesterians now that are enjoying being part of the community, that are participating in the local economy that weren't there before. When it gets down to the actual work that we do in the regions and in partnering with the chambers, it starts with great data. And we do very specific competency frameworks and analyses to be able to help really understand what's happening in the regional workforce, and we partner with organizations locally to be able to do that. Then it comes down to building innovative talent pipelines. Myself and my co-founder and our colleagues have worked in the global talent ecosystem for years and years, and are able to figure out how to match the right roles with the right talent pools, the right credentialing, and ways of finding them new homes and where the regions need it the most. From there are ways that we can build industry-specific skilling programs when there are needed. I think we spoke earlier around some of the challenges between education and workforce and how to really keep up with a lot of the technological advancements in today's time. And so sector-specific training programs are part of the solution. We work a lot of times with community colleges in the regions to be able to do so. And the last piece that I'll share is a retention focus throughout all of this. One of the headwinds that is less spoken about is some of the turnover that's experiencing across many regions. And I'm sure everyone here who's working with employers and communities are facing it. And so with a retention focus and a long-term focus, what we're trying to do is build sustainable solutions for regions and the employers that are there. Last thing I'll say is it's been so great being here, speaking to many of you around the innovative programs you have in your regions and exploring different ways to be able to help support. We look forward to being back in the next year and be able to share some of the new case studies that we have from being able to work with more of you. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Me again. If you weren't in my first session, I'm Taylor Dunn. I'm the Director of Talent Initiatives for San Diego Regional Economic Development Corporation. And I'm not who you were expecting to see today based on your agenda. I'm not Nick Moore, but, you know, unpredictable times and all. I am going to look at my notes a little more than usual, but I am here to fill the big idea session, which is not what I think you see on the board here, but that is what I'm going to talk about. My TPM big idea that I want to spend about 5 minutes talking with you about, I just want to plant a seed, something for you to think about as you go into the next session and then as you take your work back home. And that big idea is workforce and technology, which on face value doesn't seem like that big of an idea. But more specifically, I want to talk about how tech integrations into standard business functions are fundamentally changing the composition of workforce. In a very basic sense, it's changing the way people and their skills make up the potential for a business or an economy to grow. This has always been the case, but the speed at which technology is evolving is making it so that us in workforce development need to be paying much closer attention. As we know, economies grow in two different ways, via people and via productivity. I have a graph, which is not on the screen here, but what it looks like is the change in technology and the change in population since 2017. And it's specific to San Diego, but what it looks like is the change in the change in jobs is going upward, and the change in population is going downward, which is creating this gap. And in workforce development, we talk about that like the number of available and qualified people to fill any one job. And when workforce is tight, it's maybe, when we have a lot of competition for workforce, it's close to 1-to-1. When we have a lot of unemployment, it's something like 4-to-1, 5-to-1, 9-to-1 during the Great Recession. But what we anticipate to happen in the future is for technology to continue to fill some of the gap that demographic changes will leave. In San Diego, we're seeing this conversation come to life with employers and their need for more interdisciplinary roles. Instead of a software engineer and a mechanical engineer, I need a systems engineer to project manage the development of this unmanned system. There's a Harvard Business Review article right now that debates the decision by Moderna and other companies to merge their CTO and CHRO roles. And while that might be a good choice for Moderna and maybe some other companies, there might be some companies that just need to take a deep dive on the collection of skills that make up their workforce. And that's exactly what we do in TPM through Strategy 3. In San Diego, we've also heard a lot of talk about the adoption of people-centered AI, which I think can sometimes come across as a conversation about how businesses should be bearish on adopting technology until they know how it's going to impact their workforce. But I think in workforce development, we're in a position to reframe that conversation and make it resonate more as TPM practitioners, make it resonate more with businesses, to be about how we can collect better data on skills and technologies as one shared asset class within a business to make up make larger strategic decisions about workforce development, curriculum, and upskilling opportunities. So while this can be a game changer in our little bubble of collaboratives and partnerships that we have in our own individual regions, I'm really excited to hear our next presentation from Jason Tishko about what better data at a national level could look like and what could mean for this new dynamic. So I think he'll be on next with you, and I hope that is something that you're able to kind of take back with you into your work and think about our role in workforce development and constantly communicating with businesses on their skill needs and how that integrates with the adoption of technology. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Let's see if we are able to get the slides working. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you all. We originally had something special planned. We were going to have a guest from the U.S. Department of Education, Nick Moore, who heads OCTAE. That's the office that runs all career and technical education and adult ed. Nick is a liaison between Ed and Labor as part of our interagency agreement, but because it's a shutdown day, he is required to be at his desk. So he sends his regards, and he is a big fan of TPM and the work you all do, and we are going to make sure you all have an opportunity to engage him in the future. So bear with us, but we have a lot of allies in town right now who have been watching the great work on the ground, have been learning from it, have been finding small and significant ways to integrate it into federal policy. And I think there's a lot of exciting things that are going to come. So keep up the good work. It's getting noticed. You got a lot of fans out there, and we're going to be wanting to introduce you to more of them going forward. So in lieu of having me and Nick share a little bit about what Ed and Labor are doing, we thought we would use this time to give you some exposure to a new project that was recently launched just this past August at the Chamber Foundation. We call it the New Data Paradigm. For those of you who are familiar with our T3 Innovation Network, that is our body of work that's all about promoting data interoperability for the talent marketplace. If you've heard the acronym LER, Learning and Employment Record, that's where that body of work lives. And this project was really launched under that umbrella of the T3 Innovation Network. So it's a Chamber Foundation project, but we kind of put it under that bucket like we put things under the TPM bucket. So if you hear a lot of these acronyms that you might not be as familiar with, just know it's all related. But this is a project under T3, and it's a real special one that we're throwing a lot of support behind because we think it could have big impact, not only for the country, but also for the work that you all do. So we're giving you kind of a look into what this project is all about. So you have some exposure. If it resonates with you, if it interests you, we want you to lean in. Feel free to join. There's all kinds of ways you could participate. We also want you to take this back home. So if you think there's somebody in your community, in your network that would benefit from getting more exposure to this, we would invite you to have them get in touch with us. We are also joined today by Bob Sheets, one of the co-founders of TPM, the author of the curriculum, and who's joined us. Bob's in town for some other meetings as well related to data infrastructure, but for those of you who've been wondering, where's Bob been? Bob's been working with me on our data portfolio. So Bob's been deep in our JetX work, which is going to come up, the Jobs and Employment Data Exchange. And Bob is now my co-author on the New Data Paradigm paper that this presentation is based on. So do know Bob is involved. We're thinking about TPM as we do this work, and I might invite Bob to jump in and say a few things along the way to help contextualize this presentation for this audience. So with that being said, this will be a brief one. Again, we don't want to overwhelm you with technobabble, but we want to kind of give you the broad strokes about what we're trying to do and why we're doing it. And what this slide is really pointing at is kind of the current state of our education and workforce data infrastructure. And the way we are positioning this in the paper is looking at the last 20 to 30 years and how we've been building a data infrastructure that is largely by government for government. And who that's principally been serving is policymakers who want to create evidence-based policy. It's been supporting the research community and managers as well. Now, it does other things, but we think these are the primary beneficiaries of the data investments that have been made. And I think it's fair to say that if you were to engage each of these communities, they would say it's a mixed bag in terms of the results they've gotten from it or how effective it's been. And it's been incredibly costly. But things are changing. And what prompted this project is a lot of changes that are particularly coming out of this town. So you have the federal government kind of changing its relationship with data infrastructure. And you've seen that in the DOGE cuts that occurred. NCES is all but gone at the U.S. Department of Education. That's the Education Statistics Agency. We have potential statistical agencies moving from one agency to another. Commerce might absorb some of those. But there's a lot of changes happening, but the bottom line is a lot of the funding has been cut. It's been more on the education side than it has been on the workforce side. But for all of you, you need to be thinking about if you're in a state that has a statewide longitudinal data system, you might want to check in to see if those things are going to continue going forward. I suspect most states will continue to support those, but those are one of the things that's going to be impacted. The funding is not there like it used to be. So the federal role is changing. We think that it creates an opening for something new to emerge because we're not up against this legacy infrastructure, but people are hungry for something new. And there's been some new use cases that we've been exploring here at the Chamber Foundation through the T3 network. I mentioned LERs, Learning and Employment Records. So think about the work that's been done there, and it's been frictionful. And what I mean by that is it's a lot of R&D, but it's kind of hard to embed new innovations, particularly in the data and technology space, when you already have an infrastructure in place aligned to incentives that don't include it. For example, from a college or university, we have compliance reporting through transcripts. Do I really need to issue an LER? It's a nice to have, it's not necessary to have. So they can experiment with it, but is that going to scale to thousands of higher ed institutions? Remains to be seen. But the incentive structure and the policy environment isn't there for broad-based adoption on day one. But it's okay. We've been kind of plugging away, just getting the tech right and exploring what the incentive structure is. Now that things are changing, though, we think this is a huge opening for innovations like LERs and other use cases that can now move to the center of the data paradigm. So we're moving from the old to the new, and we think there's a lot of opportunity here. Let's see here. Okay, so what makes the new data paradigm different? If the old data paradigm was built by business or by government for government, what we're looking at the new data paradigm is building something that is public-private from day one. So it's built by public-private partners for talent marketplaces. And who are going to be the chief beneficiaries of the new data paradigm? Learners and workers first, not last. And what's been kind of a sticking point for me in my career is I go to a lot of presentations, a lot of meetings, and we talk a big game about serving learners and workers, particularly when it comes to data. And all this investment, decades later, they have the least amount of access to any of it, especially data about themselves. So we want to flip that and say, what would it mean to truly empower learners and workers with data and make sure they're served first, not last? We do want to still support the policymakers, the researchers, and the managers, but not at the expense of not empowering individuals with data. So that's the main thrust here, is it's moving that beneficiary to the center. It is a data infrastructure that can serve them. This is not just about compliance reporting, administrative records, and the like. This is about giving people data and tools to take action in labor markets, essentially. So as I mentioned, this is building not from scratch. We actually have a whole portfolio of data and technology work we've been exploring as early as 2017. We've made a lot of headway, starting with data standards for job descriptions and postings, which directly kind of was an outgrowth of the TPM movement. As Bob and I were focusing on change management and trying to explore the TPM framework, we were discovering all of these gaps in the data that we ask you all to collect. And one of them was just how do we structure the data a little bit more on the job side. So JDX became JetX, the Jobs and Employment Data Exchange, to not only promote data and technology standards for jobs, but also for employment records. We've also been rolling out the job site tool. I believe some of you have had some exposure to that. We have big plans for that coming up. Me and Nick were going to talk about that today, but we'll have to wait. But you know, job site is trying to create more access to a web-based tool that will allow for employer signaling and validation of skills. But to do what you're doing in Strategy 3, but to do it more transparently, more easily, it's more exchangeable with your peers, but you can also map learning outcomes and learning opportunities to those jobs. So a lot of these things could be plug and play with TPM or pursued outside of it, but we spent a lot of time trying to clean up the data on the employer side, whether it's the job description or posting, or if it's the employment record that results from someone being hired. The T3 Innovation Network is really about the learners and workers. It does many more things, but it's best known for the LER movement, and is about giving people digital records of their experiences, whether it's a learning experience, an employment experience, a military experience, a community experience, but giving them a little bit of structured data about that experience that they have access to and can store in their preferred digital storage, which could be a digital wallet. You might hear that term. Doesn't have to be. It could be a Google Drive, but you get to take your data and put it where you want to. And it's not about one record. It's not a universal record. It's about, there's many records. I could have records about each of my experiences. I can organize them in a wallet, and then I can combine data elements from each of them to produce something like a resume presentation. But we're not talking about a PDF file or an image file where people are getting weeded out, but we have structured data about that individual's experiences that the machines know how to process with accuracy, or at least more accurately. So if you want to hire based on skills, the machines being leveraged to do the work can actually execute on that. Right now, it's a little messy. So we're trying to fix this in all different sides, and through the T3 network, we support a wide range of partners that are trying to explore these interoperability innovations. But why I'm spending time on this is in the new data paradigm, we're really trying to combine it all together. We're saying these don't have to be separate things anymore. This could all be one thing. And if we're looking at a new data paradigm that isn't built on federal and state data silos, we can explore a new infrastructure. And what we're proposing through the new data paradigm is to essentially build what we've been referring to as a public-private data utility. That doesn't imply a physical piece of infrastructure or a building, but what it does set up is a concept of how can we have universal access to data about your experiences for use in talent markets, and how are we producing that data, not from scratch, because right now, like, we can produce LERs, but everything's being done from scratch. But how do we do a mass conversion of administrative records that are already being collected or already exist, but converting what was an administrative record to now an LER that can go to a household? So you see in this outer ring here, these are some of the stakeholders. We tried to shy away from any technical workflow diagrams. We'll get to those. Bob and I are going to have fun with that. But for now, we just want to get something conceptual here, which is all these folks in that outer layer, they're already trying to exchange data. They do it pretty poorly, but that's the world we live in. What we're trying to do is promote data and technology standards that would allow all of them to more seamlessly exchange data to address the use cases that matter most to them. One of them, for example, is unemployment insurance reporting. That requires employers to submit UI wage records, 53 different collection systems, no standard data model or definition across them, and we're absorbing all the cost of that. Well, now, through an innovation like JEDEX, which is an example of a utility-grade play, through a common data model, data standard, and an API for sharing, we can actually have consistent, standardized reporting about jobs, one record across those 53 systems, but now it's standardized, comparable data, less burdensome, less costly. And what makes it new data paradigm? We're not only solving the efficiency problem of saying, it should be one record across these systems, so that's going to lower government and business cost for reporting, is we're going to improve the quality of the data that results, but we can convert that employment record now that is more efficient into an LER that can go to your digital wallet. So we're not asking to create a whole new system. We're just saying through a light touch of technology, we can now move that data into an LER format that can find its way to your home. And that's just one record. Imagine if we were to do that with your education experiences, whether K-12, post-secondary. There's other things that could be brought to bear on this, but we think this is how we produce tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of records pretty quickly without asking people to do things or use systems that were never designed to do that. So we had this conversation with some SIS, student information system vendors, and we just had them over here not too long ago. And as we kind of brought this concept up, we said, we have a compliance reporting problem. Bob and I talk about it all the time. Like, lots of compliance reporting issues around the data held by employers. We said, do you all have the same kind of compliance reporting problems? And they were like, absolutely, we do. And we said, would it be interesting if you took our data model, our standards, our APIs, and applied them to your use case? Could you pick, borrow, and steal from us and share education data much like we're trying to share employment data? And they said, not only is that a wonderful solution to a problem they have, but it would allow us to potentially combine this data in a novel way. So we're not trying to build a physical utility. We're trying to give people the enabling technology and resources to more seamlessly share the data, including with individuals themselves. So what kind of data are we talking about? We, in the paper, identify 3. Opportunity data. That is data about job opportunities, learning opportunities. That could be a credential, it could be a course. But this is data about what are the opportunities I care about, how do I get that signal from the employer, how do I get that signal from the education and training providers who are trying to reach me. So that's one piece. The other piece is outcomes data. That's the employment record. That's records related to your education experiences. But looking at what are the outcomes that have occurred, and employment records are a place to start, and how do we make sure that data is more fully available across the talent marketplace, and then experience data, and that's the LER stuff. So how do I get my data about my individual experiences, and I need to pull them all in one place. I don't need to go to 10 different places to try to find it. It should all be being pushed to me, and then I can take it and do what I want with it. And again, this isn't about compliance reporting. It's not there to check that, yes, there's a transcript on record, taxpayers weren't, they weren't bamboozled. We have the record, we could prove they went there. It's a compliance report. You go apply for a job, you say you went to college, they're gonna check. Send us your transcript. We need to make sure that this is in fact a truthful statement. But now we can actually say, how about we do a mass conversion of your education experiences and give you your learning outcomes and skills? What a novel concept. You complete an education program or a credential program and you actually are given the competencies and skills that you developed. Right now, you're on your own. But in the future, all that information could be pushed your way. So those are the 3 types of data that we want to start with. And again, it's all about learners and workers being at the center. It's about getting them that data and doing it efficiently. So we released this paper last August. You can find it on the Chamber Foundation website. I did mention it's a T3 Innovation Network project. So if you want updates, the best way to get those is to go to t3networkhub.org, where you can sign up. It's free, and that's where we'll be sending updates about this. This is not just a one-and-done paper. We have laid out a process. Bob is going to be leading a team between now and April of next year to collect input and feedback, so we can put together a comprehensive plan for how we can not only realize the potential of the new data paradigm, but how we can essentially launch a first ever federated public-private data utility. And it's not just a conversation that we're having amongst ourselves, but we've already gotten some strong signals of support from multiple federal agencies, including the Departments of Education and Labor. We have also been engaging with leaders on the House and Senate side who have also expressed interest. And this may be coming up in hearings as early as this fall. So there's a lot of energy behind this. It's a big bet. It's not going to be done all at once, but we think we could get a meaningful start as early as next year and start bringing these innovations to every American household across the country. So you can contact me to learn more as well, or Bob Sheets if you have his information. I did want to tee up just a few potential questions for your consideration. So, one thing I think about is, absent something like a new data paradigm, will learners and workers ever gain meaningful or universal access to their data for their personal uses, which could be applying for a job, applying for continuing education, getting career guidance, getting career counseling, things like that. So that's if not this, then how do we do it? The second one is, can this project and proposed data utility add value to your work as TPM practitioners, and can it support employer partners and host organizations? We will have more data than we've ever had before about what's actually going on in the labor market and what employers are asking for. It's a powerful asset if we get this done right. How can we develop applications that draw upon the data to help you do your jobs? So whether that's trying to understand what's going on in terms of employment in your region or your community, how the jobs are shifting. So a lot of these things we think can have powerful applications in TPM, but we would ask your help in prioritizing which use cases should be addressed first. So I think the opportunity data one is likely where we're going to lead. It's the easiest of the 3, and it's one that Ed and Labor might be throwing their support behind very soon. So I think it's a useful place to start to say, how do we get you better data about job opportunities and skills? But if there's other application areas that should be moved up, we invite you to come in and help us set priorities, much like you do in TPM already. So I know we have about 10 or 11 minutes left, and I want to make this more of a discussion and give you all an opportunity to ask questions. Before I do that, I did want to invite Bob to add anything I might have missed. I did miss one thing, so I'll buy Bob a minute here. But much like I talked about in the beginning about the federal role is changing, while the federal government in many respects is disinvesting from ed and workforce data, at the same time, Congress is asking for more data. So those of you who might be familiar with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act may have noted that there are increasing levels of verification needed for programs like Medicaid, like SNAP. And there is a real concern out there that states will not be prepared to leverage data to perform this verification on time. So the start date for Medicaid and SNAP is January 1, 2027. We have a number of states that have reached out to us, kind of scrambling to figure out, can solutions like JetX be scaled quickly to address this problem? In addition to those entitlement programs, which ironically might be the tipping point to drive real innovation in the ed and workforce space, it's Medicaid and SNAP, it's not UI. But the other thing is Workforce Pell. That too is part of the act. That has data requirements. Those data requirements kick in this summer, next summer. So a lot of talk in this town about that aggressive timeline and is it feasible to actually stand up workforce Pell programs at scale, or do states need to kind of right-size their expectations and it might be more of a 2027 thing than a 2026 because the data reporting needs are significant there as well. And what we've been trying to tell states is, look, there's more data needed for Medicaid, more data needed for SNAP, more data potentially needed for UI, you're going to need it for Pell. Let's stop perpetuating the problem of layering more and more data reporting, and let's use this crisis and make it an opportunity to say, now's the time to clean the data up. And we can actually address all of these needs. We're not just talking about ed and labor, but I've counted up to 8 to 10 federal agencies that could benefit by being a customer of a public-private data utility, as opposed to each of them trying to solve this problem themselves for their own use cases in their own tech stacks. So your states are probably scrambling behind the scenes, if not openly. Some may not even be paying attention. I've been running into a number of states at NGA meetings who they haven't looked at it. They haven't talked to their sister agencies about this issue yet. And if you could at least sound the alarm back home to say, we got a data problem, what are we doing about it? We would appreciate that. And we think this is a novel approach that can not only solve those reporting issues, because we don't want people who are eligible for these programs to be kicked out, or we don't want them spending all their time trying to prove their eligibility and preventing them from actually being in a training program or a classroom. So if we do this right, we can not only solve the use cases of the current data paradigm that we're in a far more efficient way, but if we do the new data paradigm, it brings with it the added value of finally empowering learners and workers with their data about their experiences and their skills and their employment history. So that's what this is all about. Bob, I would invite you to make some remarks. You got to say something. Come on. One thing, Bob, one thing.
No, I just want to emphasize one thing is in this new data paradigm initiative, we're really focused about turning the LMI on its head to have more detail at the local level where it's actionable. And because that's where you all work and your great insights, I would encourage you to look at the paper, get engaged in providing insights, because we're going to focus initially on how to a public-private approach for improving data for transactions at the local level. And think of all the work you all do in creating the data. How better would it be if we had more of a data infrastructure designed to help you at the local level, as opposed to the national level where we can't take action on? So I would urge you all to look at the paper and get engaged and provide insights, because we're going to start on what is necessary to improve the data infrastructure for improving transactions like you all do. So I'd encourage you all to look at it. Thanks.
We have a question over here.
Oh, Lauren Hall-Riggins, Braided Futures from Indiana, but work with multiple states. Yeah, thanks so much for presenting. You know, like values, philosophically, logically, like all of this, 100% behind you. I think, you know, we've seen in multiple states conversations around data wallets, particularly for, to your point, you know, centering learners and the utility they can get from them. I think, you know, the three big issues that always come up are privacy, governance, and revenue generation. And so privacy is more of a, I know, moral debate and, you know, who has access, how do we make it good for all, public, you know, you have to believe in public good. But if you could speak to kind of how you envision the governance piece of this, do you envision this being state law? Do you envision this being similar to like Career Connect Washington, where there is this sort of governor-appointed entity that sort of facilitates this ongoing? And then the latter piece of like, how do you continue to garner the revenue to sustain this infrastructure? Is that, public funds? You hope to get the private sector invested enough that so yeah, governance and sustainable funding would be great to hear about.
Yeah, they're all relevant to the discussion that's happening now. So those are topics that we will be gathering input for and then reporting back to the community on. So it's ever on our mind, and there's no magic wand here. So I mentioned that there's 53 different unemployment insurance systems. States have control over those. So if we are going to try to make employment records part of this, it's going to require states to take action and make those changes, and sometimes or many times it's going to be legislative action. But how do you it's been a collective action problem for decades to try to enhance these wage records and standardize them. So how do you kind of solve for that? And one of the things we're talking about is, in the early days of the T3 network, we did a whole piece on what's called OMB Circular 119A. And it's this little provision that says federal agencies can and should adopt private sector standards when possible. And what we're trying to do right now is say, isn't this the right time for these federal agencies to come together and say, we want to recognize for these data, these standards, these APIs, and related technologies. So if the federal government came out and said, this is the federally recognized data standard for employment records, that doesn't just make it so. But that's a pretty powerful signal to 53 UI systems on where the federal government may be going, and it gives them a direction to move towards. So we think we just have to set that up across the board and get people moving, but it's ultimately going to be states opting in to get this done. As far as funding goes, my personal position on this is this should not be paid for by taxpayers, that we're really asking philanthropy to step up to at least do the initial demonstration. If it does what we claim it could do, then we could talk about the federal government fully integrating with it and moving into something like a cost-sharing model. But I think this could be eminently affordable long-term if it's done in a public-private way that creates potential new revenue streams, rather than 8 to 10 federal agencies appropriating their own budgets and trying to sustain all of these individual stacks. I think I'm getting the hook, but yep, that's it. So please do reach out. I know this is a bit of a wonky conversation, but I guarantee you it is a fun one, and this could really be a game changer for the talent marketplace. So keep doing what you're doing in TPM, and the more you can integrate some of this digital transformation into your talent supply chains, the better things are going to be. So lean in.
Picture this. A young man sits in his car outside the Great Lakes Water Authority building. He'd paused college, wasn't sure engineering was for him. But Focus Hope believed differently. They trained him, vouched for him, got him the interview. Now he just has to walk through those doors. Yesterday, you heard from Larico Andres, PhD candidate, engineer, mentor to dozens of young people following the path he once walked. But 11 years ago, Larico was sitting in that car because a network like ours didn't exist in most places. Today it does because of you. Let me tell you what you've created. 1,500 practitioners turning principles into pipelines. Not in theory, in practice. Not someday, right now. You're building talent systems in lithium mining in Arkansas, an industry that barely existed here 3 years ago. You're evolving aerospace pathways in Texas as the sector transforms. You're launching quantum pipelines in Illinois, preparing workers for jobs that don't fully exist yet and that I don't understand. And 3 months ago, we launched our first international TPM Academy with the Alberta Chamber. This network is going global. But here's what matters more than the numbers. Larico didn't wait in that car because he lacked talent. He waited because the system hadn't been designed to make his path visible. You're changing that, not one person at a time, one system at a time. Let me zoom out for a moment. The Chamber Foundation's mission is to harness the power of business for the good of America and the world. And when I look across our work, all of it, I see the same pattern. When business leads on childcare, working parents stay in the workforce. When business leads on veterans and military spouse employment, those who served find purpose in civilian careers. When business leads on small business grants and innovation challenges, entrepreneurs turn ideas into jobs. When business leads on civic education and resilience, communities grow stronger and more connected. TPM isn't separate from this work. It's the engine underneath all of it, because none of those solutions scale without talent pipelines that work. None of those businesses grow without workers prepared to contribute, and none of those communities thrive without systems that build opportunity. You're not just running workforce programs. You're proving a bigger idea, that when employers lead in partnership with education and community, everything gets stronger. That's the foundation's bet, and you're the proof. Now here's our moment of truth. AI is not coming. It's here. And it's rewriting job requirements faster than most systems can respond. At the Chamber Foundation, we're not trying to get ahead of this disruption. That's impossible. We're trying to navigate it together. That means three things. One, we gather real data. Data on how AI is changing task requirements across industries. Not speculation, evidence. Two, we pilot faster and faster. We share what works and what doesn't, so we all learn in the open. Three, we expand into emerging sectors. I mentioned lithium, clean energy, advanced manufacturing. So pipelines are ready before jobs go unfilled. Because here's what we do know. Talent systems that adapt together are the ones that survive disruption. The ones that go it alone, they fall behind. So here's my challenge to you, really our charge together. One, take risks. The smart kind, the documented kind, the we'll share what we learn kind. Two, build beyond borders. You know better than anyone that talent does not stop at the county line. Neither should our networks. And three, stay close to each other, to the data, to the workers whose lives change when these systems actually work. And know this, we're here. Whether you're standing up your first collaborative, entering a new industry, or taking TPM across regions, our dedicated team won't let you go it alone. Tools, training, a network that answers when you call. Larico eventually walked through those doors, not because he suddenly felt ready, but because a system built by people like you made a way. Today, there are hundreds of Laricos, tomorrow, thousands, because you're building systems that don't just fill jobs, they change trajectories. So here's what I'm asking. Before you leave this summit, commit to one bold step, one risk, one partnership, one pipeline that transforms your community. Meet someone new here, share your playbook, take what you learn, build something. Because talent isn't found, it's built. And you're the ones building it. Thank you for the work you do, and thank you for participating in this very, very important summit.
Good afternoon, and this is a privilege to be here. I have a few words, of course, so I'm going to start out. My name is Deb Lysinga. I'm from the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, and I'm going to pull this down just a little bit because I'm short. So, all right. So, Like I said, this is just a privilege to be able to do this, so I'll start. In the heart of Detroit, where resilience meets purpose, is a powerful movement transforming lives, industries, and communities. It began with a vision, one rooted in justice, equity, and the belief that everyone deserves a pathway to opportunity. That vision grew into a mission to break down barriers, build skills, and open doors. What started as a response to injustice has become a force for economic mobility, workforce innovation, and and community empowerment. Through decades of service, this organization has remained committed to uplifting Detroiters, not just with hope, but with real tools for success: education, training, and access to meaningful careers. With the support of a $400,000 grant from the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, Focus Hope launched the Industrial Training Employer Association of Michigan, acronym I-TEAM, and it's an employer-led collaborative. The initiative brings together employers, educators, and community partners to address Michigan's labor shortage, skilled worker labor shortage in manufacturing, construction, and water services. Employer champions like Great Lakes Water Authority, American Axle, the Ford Motor Company, and the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and Millwrights helped shape a training model rooted in a collaborative, equity, and employer-vetted data. Many of the employers, the educators, and the community partners, along with Focus Hope staff, are proud graduates of TPM Academy. Through TPM's nationally recognized network, this employer-led collaborative implemented data-driven strategies to align education and workforce systems with employer demand, ensuring that every training program is responsive, targeted, and effective. So here's some extraordinary results of this, again, small amount of money of investment through the state of Michigan to this wonderful organization. They trained 314 participants, more than triple the original ask that we did. 676 credentials were earned. 305 individuals were placed in full-time employment, and 313 participants came from targeted populations. They achieved 340% of their goal. That's amazing. And these are great statistics, but what I want to really hone in on is these are stories of transformation, of Detroiters stepping into careers as electrician, water technicians, and maintenance specialists. People who once faced barriers to employment are now building futures for themselves and their families. I want to celebrate some of those milestones. This past summer in June, the Summer of Success Career Fair connected 142 job seekers with 18 employers. On National Apprenticeship Day, 16 new journey workers graduated from the Great Lakes Water Authority apprenticeship program, and all of whom began their journey through the pre-apprenticeship pathways built through this collaborative and through Focus Hope. This work doesn't just serve Detroit, it supports Michigan's broader workforce goal. The I-TEAM's efforts align with the state's plan to help more residents earn credentials, grow into middle-class careers, and support business growth with talent solutions. The I-TEAM continues to grow, guided by TPM strategies and a shared community of equity, innovation, and impact. This is a story of hope, not only hope, but of data and determination, and it's only the beginning. For their extraordinary leadership, measurable impact, and unwavering commitment to building a stronger, more inclusive workforce, We are honored to welcome Focus Hope into the TPM Hall of Fame. Congratulations. Thank you for showing us what is possible when a community and industry come together to build the future.
Hello, my friends. My name is Dorian Moe. I'm with the Kentucky Chamber Foundation. I'm project manager. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit about some of the programs. First of all, that our signature program is Bus to Business. And in that program, this initiative connects students to employers through facility tours, student expo events, employer presentations, and our Educator's Guide program. Through these foundation education programs, we've served 50,000 students in just a few regions of Kentucky. And also, just last year, we served 631 educators, 228 employers, and we represented 40 business industries. To achieve results like this, we rely heavily on strong partner relationships. Partners who are passionate about supporting education and workforce development. One of these exceptional partners is AE Solutions. It's led by President and CEO John Phillips. You heard from John this morning when he gave a presentation. He began his journey with TPM in 2017. From the start, he recognized the value of TPM for addressing the needs of his organization. And the most critical challenge he found in the trades industry was finding and developing qualified electricians. Now, you might recall a story that President Michael Carney opened with last year in his opening comments. He spoke about a young man named John, and he said, John was an apprenticeship. He entered right out of high school. He entered this apprenticeship program. And through that program, he built a career, eventually even earning a role as a supervisor. But at the close of his comments, President Carney reminded us that there are many Johns out there, that there are students, there are young people who, if given the opportunity, they will not only learn a skill, but build a career and a future for themselves and their families. Just happens to be that young man, John, actually was hired and trained by John Phillips at AE Solutions. John and his team often seek opportunities, innovative ways to strengthen the trades workforce. And whenever John learns that there is a need, he always steps up. For example, a local superintendent told him that he had to close the electrical program in his CTE because they didn't have the equipment and they didn't have funding to pay for it. They did have qualified instructors, so John didn't hesitate at all. He went back to his company. He had his team build electrical stations, take them to the school and install them. And so that program was restarted, and today he has been able to expand his talent pipeline, and while those students get that hands-on learning experience that otherwise they wouldn't have had the opportunity to have. AE Solutions also developed a robust apprenticeship program. John talked about that this morning. It's located on site at his facility. He brings high school students in, provides free hands-on training, and he also provides training for different levels and different particular program areas. It's called the AE University, I think he said. And so they can learn different sections of that industry and go on to attain their license certifications. He has many of them go through and complete their journeyman's license, even their master's license. And then they have rewarding careers in high demand areas. But he didn't stop there. His team built an interactive bus. This bus has 8 to 10 individual workstations, and they take it throughout the bluegrass and central regions of Kentucky, and they let children go in there and sit down and learn how to apply their math and science skills to create electricity. So AE Solutions is a steadfast partner for all of the Foundation's educational initiatives and our academies, and especially those that raise awareness about the workforce needs in the trades industry. For years, John Phillips and his team have been exemplary champions for TPM. They set a standard for how employers are creatively building talent pipelines for themselves. It's truly been a privilege to partner with AE Solutions and witness their commitment to Kentucky's future workforce. So today, it's my immense pleasure and honor to recognize a true leader who embodies innovation, partnership, and purpose. So please join me in congratulating our 2025 TPM Hall of Fame Award recipient, Mr. John Phillips.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I got distracted by the tears that you might see over in the corner over there. But good afternoon. I am honored to stand here today to congratulate my mom, Kim Kuchenbrod, on her induction into the U.S. Chamber Talent Pipeline Management Hall of Fame. For as long as I can remember, my mom has lived with a helping heart. Her story doesn't start with a title or a program. It started much earlier. She grew up quickly, raising her siblings and putting the needs of others before her own. That was her training ground for a lifetime of service, and it shaped the way she views the world, that every person deserves a chance at upward mobility and the dignity that comes with meaningful work. Throughout her career, whether it was a small group of students or through large-scale initiatives that impacted the entire community, my mom's mission has always been the same: to open doors. She's never been content with just the status quo. If she sees a problem, instead of simply working around it, she rolls up her sleeves and tries to find the solution. And more often than not, that solution creates opportunities for people who might otherwise be overlooked. What makes this recognition so special is that TPM is not just about filling jobs, it's about creating futures. And my mom has given her entire life to that cause, building pathways, connecting business and education, and showing others that when you invest in people, you can change generations. On a personal level, I have seen firsthand the hours, the sacrifices, and the relentless commitment she has poured into this work. It wasn't always easy, but it was always worth it to her. Because behind every program she's built, there are names, there are faces, and there are families whose lives are better because of her efforts. I know my sister couldn't be here today with us, but I can speak for both of us, and for my dad, who's here and has been through her side through it all, when I say how proud we are to celebrate you today. This honor doesn't just recognize her career, it recognizes the heart she's carried into every step of it. Mom, congratulations on this well-deserved induction. You've taught us all that the true measure of success is not what you achieve for yourself, but for the opportunities that you've created for others. And today, we get to celebrate you, not just for what you've done, but for who you are. We love you, and we couldn't be prouder of you. Please, everybody, join us in congratulating my mom, Kim Gukenbrod, on this honor.
Well, I don't know about you, but I am now a little bit teary-eyed, but what an amazing way to conclude this event with that special honor for Kim, but also for Tiffany and Kevin and Dee from Focus Hope and Great Lakes Water Authority, and for John. We're always so glad to lift up our partners, and your work is so deserving of it. As we close out the day, of course, I want to thank our sponsors, FutureFit AI, Julius Education, Coalition on Adult Basic Education for Next Generation Learning, InSpring, and Medibur for their support for this event. We really could not do it without them. A quick reminder that your attendee workbook includes a QR code to the digital swag bag. You're going to find that on page 64, and we are going to add all of the slide decks. We've been asked about the various breakout sessions, so it will take us just a little while to make sure that we included all of the updates that have been made, but you should get those by end of business day. So please access those resources, the slide decks, but also other great resources that have been shared with our partners. Whether you're new to TPM or a seasoned pro, we really always want for folks to find ways to stay engaged with us. Our public policy learning content course is now available. We're working on our releasing our apprenticeship resources, and so we're always super excited to share that with you all. And there are other opportunities and ideas for engagement on pages 65 and 66 of the program that you all have throughout the program. Any opportunities for you all to provide us feedback on the survey? If you flip to page 67, I'm literally still teary-eyed, so sorry. That's why I'm having such a hard time getting through this. On page 67, we would absolutely love your feedback. Every year, y'all really take to heart giving us ideas, giving us just great topics and opportunities to make this really valuable and worth coming to year after year. So please make sure to fill out that survey, preferably by October 10th. And one note about the attendee mobile app and how that links you to the sign up for the digital transformation workshop. A couple folks have come up to us between that and then the Dropbox for the digital swag bag. It will ask you to either open an app or open in browser. Folks are having an easier time opening in browser. So that's our suggestion for accessing that resource. To all of our speakers, just an amazing thank you for your wisdom, your time, the preparation that went into preparing for your delivery. You all make the content just so valuable to our attendees. So a huge, huge thank you. And then, of course, to you all, to the folks who are still in the room, but also those that had to depart a little bit early. We know how precious your time is. We know how you're limited in resources and ability to travel. So the fact that you make this a priority to come to just means the world to us. So thank you so much to all of our attendees for making that time. And then, of course, I need to offer deep thanks to the team that makes all of this come together. I promise I'll keep it short, but these folks deserve to have their names called out. To our event planners, Kathy and Emily, as well as Savannah, who helped out today, our facilities and our securities teams for keeping everything running, keeping everything safe, to our design team, Jaina, Nikki, and Vlad, to our fantastic catering team for the delicious food and the always incredible service, our AV colleagues who have been dealing with so many different things. We so appreciate them, to Greg, Ron, Nick, Peter, Mickey, Hassani, Isaiah, Hector, Joe, Diego, and our photographers, Michael and Joshua, our communications colleague that have supported us, Alicia and Clara, to our intern, Ava, who as soon as she started 2 weeks ago, we said, okay, we've got the event for you to jump right into, and then to our many colleagues who have a full-time job, but still somehow make time to come and support both us as well as our attendees. So that's Ashley, Kyle, Brady, Caitlin, Sarah, and Taylor. And of course to our leadership team for their unwavering support, Michael Carney, who was just on stage, Jason Tishko, and Eileen Kelly Renato. And of course to our TPM team, this is where I'm gonna ask them to make their way onto the stage. So Michael, Lexi, Shannon, and Nikki. Want to give them their flowers, literally and figuratively. So Mike did an amazing job putting together a really wonderful and valuable pre-conference leadership program. Lexi and Shannon, you all have thought of so many details and really have executed this event so well. And Nikki, you somehow managed to plan and execute a tremendous event while also traveling all over the country, supporting so many of our partners on the ground. I'm truly in awe of this team and just so proud to be a part of it. So please join me in thanking this awesome team for their hard work. It is such a pleasure to be a part of this network. We are so grateful for you all. Thank you again for your time, safe travels, and please be in touch with us with how we can support you. Have a great day.
Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Take care.